Hello, everyone. Welcome to the EUSL Season 2, Week 4. Very scuffed, actually. And I'm joined here with the GOAT P-Flare. Hello.
Hey, how y'all doing? Hope y'all had a good Thanksgiving if you celebrated. If not, it's whatever. We got a feast for the eyes right here. We got the fridge. We have none other than Fierce Fury. First match of the day, and we are already about to see sparks fly. What do you think we are looking at here?
And honestly, I'm ready to see gaming action. We're loading onto Night Market here with Fierce Fury on the blue team here. We're going to be seeing Fang on the Atlas, Sake on X, and Zarnif on Drakkar. And as we start off early, Sake gets the first barrier. And what do you think of these matchups? Like having Immaculator on the Zen here? I think the Awakenings were team player Kazan here, which is very interesting.
Yeah, Awakenings were team player, spark of focus, and basically you can see like Sake with that X got that spark of focus, and honestly that's kind of what I'm looking at initially. Just I'm looking for Sake to try and just make like a super X, you know. That's gonna be my first thing, especially because he can basically try and do that all game. Just force it in, bully it past the goal line.
Yeah, he scores the first goal here, and everyone kind of just not everyone, but every forward takes Spark of Focus here, while everyone else goes for the team player. Well, Fang and I'm going for team player here, and Immaculate find the first barrier. Good stuff here, and honestly, both sides are kind of looking decent in terms of energy here. We basically have three flips up, two of Hide and Golem of top, and we're trying to see if they can convert here. Hide and Go getting a little bit low here, getting the orb here, deflected by Sake. Sake getting really low here with a flip up, but Fierce Fury going on with the play here, and Sake is killed, but Zarnif also burns their flip, means that the power play is coming up for the fridge here, and let's see if they can convert.
Yeah, it's been very fast. It's been very fast and furious already. Very back and forth. You can see Sake. Ooh, bit of an off-kilter redirect for Ata. But as I was saying, Sake already kind of imposing their will and proving to be like a big threat. It's kind of Fierce Fury's modus operandi. You know, like just a very aggressive playstyle, and that seems to kind of be the same situation here. Like, we all know X can deliver a whole lot of damage. Drakkar is capable of pumping out damage too, especially once they get enough drafts going. And yeah, that's going to be their game plan. Just kill and push and kill and push. Brawlers get it done. You know the words. You know you've seen this. You've seen this show before. So right now, it's definitely going to be on the fridge to kind of hold off the onslaught, or maybe just try to do their best to strike as fast as possible, get these barriers down, and get to scoring before they can get anything going momentum-wise.
I mean, speaking of scoring here, Immaculator getting Fang with no barriers here, and Ata doing their best to save both barriers. He's doing really well. Immaculator almost a flip up. Ata almost a flip up as well as Sake, getting really up there in front and trying to get their first barrier. He does find the first barrier here, and Zarnif getting a little bit active, trying to get active at least, as Fang is still holding their flip up. And currently, so far, it's not looking really good as Sake kind of just beats up Ata here, and still with flip actually, means that Fierce Fury looking at a great position as they score again, taking the first set.
Nice, very nice. What was going on there, I noticed Hyde was trying to do a lot to kind of like press forward, but a lot of those like blinks were just a little bit out of position because they were hoping for a little bit more sustained offense that was actually happening. And that last one, they got out of position, and Sake was right there to basically catch the pass and push it in, and that got them these drafts.
And catching those passes will be looking a lot easier as X does pick up the fight or flight here. Very speedy awakening, especially on a non-mobile character like X. And in a trade-off, Kazan does take the rapid fire, and Immaculate with the siphoning wand does pick up Super Surge, which is very, very important because he will be dishing a lot more damage than usual here, and will be able to basically get across the map faster. And as both barriers, well, not both barriers, but one barrier is taken from both sides here. I lie, a second barrier's been taken from both sides, kind of just cursed it right there, but it's all good. As Immaculate getting a little bit low here, looking to see if he can stay alive, potentially.
Yeah, and nope, he does not. Zaryev just feeds him a shotgun blast, and with that, they manage to just push it in. Sake again, Sake just kind of like taking control of this game very early, very fast, and not the best thing you want to, not what you really want to see if you are Fridge. But they're far from out of it. I think definitely their play is that they're going to have to either try and get Sake out of the picture or just try to do their best to play around.
I mean, instead of getting Sake in the picture, Zarnef falls here, and a hide and go flip means that both barriers are lost on the side of Fierce Fury here. One up in the power play, Zarnef returns to the play here, and Fang and Sake are both holding flip right now. Means that they could be looking for a very, very unique opportunity to get stuff done as almost a great flip forces, well, not the great flip, but the great glitch pump forces out Fang's flip here. And speaking of like damage you said earlier, Sake has been doing a lot in terms of just killing people.
Yeah, like Sake has just been like the big threat, and that's what you kind of got to do at this point. You've got to focus Sake down and then use that to kind of like press your offense. Like with basically over half the members of I'm trying to get two styles, but basically with Zentaro and Aimi, they have enough offensive pushing power if they can get Sake out of the picture. So they need to kind of like lean on that and make sure that they take advantage of every one of those situations. Because otherwise, Sake is just going to do that. He's just going to start killing people. They're going to be on a permanent, like the bad end of a power play, and now they've got to basically play two goalies. In order to try
playing two goalies is the key here, as Zarnef does find the flip downwards, also getting hide and goes flip out, bringing up 2-0 up. And speaking of getting the power play, they're having a lot of power plays recently, and honestly, I think that Fridge needs to try to capitalize on this, especially and try to find Fang's weakness, as they aren't really getting anything done here. As even though they've taken even though they've been taking barriers, they have not been taking points away. As Sake doing all the work, getting everything in and forcing the three members of Fridge to play defense. And it's looking real, real bad.
Yeah, they already got it. Like, the problem with this comp is that it's so offensively like scary. You don't actually need a whole lot of like awaken. Some team comps are very like awakening heavy. Like you need this, that, and the other to really get their game plan online. But with this comp, you don't really need that. Like hotshot on your car, that just helps. You know, that only helps their game plan, but it doesn't like just need to put it online. And now X with that Spark of Agility, he's got two sparks going on. And sure, yeah, the 1-2 punch from Aimi's gonna help. Spark of Strength definitely gonna help if they can get some offense. If Immaculator can start like actually swinging for the fences, get maybe Zarnef, I would say, targeted out. But yeah, this is looking very rough, very fast.
Being rough real fast is the goal here, as Sake does find both barriers on the side of Fierce Fury here, and Ata looking for something to get it done, but unfortunately Sake just punches it right in with the help of his fighter flight pick. And honestly, this is looking, I mean not looking, but this is very, very bad in terms of like condition here, as Sake just has a lot of speed, able to get across the map insanely easily if he does come back on defense, and he will be able to get a lot of pressure coming into the offense, as Zarnef is just trying to feeding him the core, and feeding him the core he shall do, as they almost find one barrier, but Ata keeping it clean, keeping it away from Sake here, as he's in the prime position to just hit it away over and over again. Imaki looking really low here, almost with flip up, but does evade to get out of the position himself. As Sake looking for the kill here. He almost will find it, even burns the flip to try to kill Immaculator, does not find it though, unfortunately. And it's looking kind of even yet again, even though Fang does have flip, is pushing up here. And we'll be seeing something really big going on as Sake puts it past Ata, putting it match point.
Yeah, this is just this was basically rough after the first set because this team was just very offensively minded, Fierce Fury, and once they got that first win, once they got that first set, once they got those first awakenings, it was almost done because Sake is just a one-man wrecking crew at this point. Like Immaculator's nearly dead, had to burn the flip to stay alive. Oh, and yeah, they do actually get one thing. Hide and Gold sacrifices flip for a bit of an offensive power play attempt. It's not. It's still rough for them though, and they weren't able even to make too much of that. So yeah, this might be it right here. They've got both barriers open. Sake's on the hunt. Yep, and there you go. Molten Bolt to feed to Sake again, and that's all she wrote. Quick 3 and out.
And right now, as they say, for Fierce Fury here, as game one is taken on the night market here, and our next map will be Gates of Obscura here. So again, another great map to shove it in. Unfortunately, we would not be seeing a Taiko Temple game. It's going to be night market, Gates of Obscura, and the Clarion Test Chamber. And speaking of KOs, both teams have found 4 KOs, which is pretty impressive here. But Sake, Zarnif, and Fang were able to kind of get their way and convert on those power plays, while Immaculator kind of was just sitting there, being unable to do anything. And before we head into our next match, do you think that Fridge has something to improve? Like, what can they improve against this monstrous team?
That is a question and a half. Off the rip, what I would say is basically, I kind of said it earlier, Fridge just needs to find a way to play around Sake if Sake is rocking that X or rocking basically any like big damage dealer really. Because trying to engage is just proving too risky, too dangerous, and that's not really kind of the game. That's not really like a game plan they can rely on. Basically, try and slug it out. Like some teams can do that. Some teams can do that depending on who's piloting. Some teams can do that depending on what awakenings they get. Sake, I would not recommend that course of action against. Just try to get a little bit more core control and play around them. Like Night Market is not a good, Night Market kind of forces confrontations just because of the 2 lanes. So that's something to keep in mind there. On another map, like you said, like we're going to like Gates of Obscura, that's basically kind of like a coin flip depending on how things shape out. But the overall size of it, yeah, that would be a lot better. That would be able to like facilitate getting around the X a lot easier. It'll allow for a lot more maneuverability.
Yeah, we're loading into our second game here, kind of just waiting. And Gates of Obscura, very great map. We might be seeing a Top bust out the Mako here, as Mako is definitely a great catalyst in terms of just winning in general. As strike, I mean, in last game he would kind of just do with the strike boards a little bit, as Zarnif just put it in. Well, not Zarnif, but Zarnif just kept feeding core to Sake, and Sake just kept winning in those interactions just because, again, you have just one person defending the goal while not a top, but both Sake and Zarnif just kind of just beat it in over and over and over. And again, that comp was just very impressive in general, just because X got a lot of speed, especially with the fight or flight, because he was able to come up, hit once, and then be able to dribble it again and win that second interaction, just because Ata wasn't able to get the first strike off, since Kazan in his closed form is very scuffed.
Yeah, so...
And, yeah.
That's going to be... They're going to have to try to find a way to deal with that. And that may also involve, kind of like you were saying, like a goalie switch.
But, I mean, I don't think a goalie switch is like... I mean, speaking of goalie switching, like, honestly, Ata can handle it. I think it's just on the midfield to step it up, because Heidengel was kind of, playing... Well, he was kind of... Well, what's the word? He's kind of just doing what his name has in store for him. He kind of was just hiding in the goal and playing, and whenever he did want to push up, if anything, to get a playoff. He couldn't do it because, again, Atlas is just a monstrous defense. You kind of just have to have one person. Well, having one person do all the work is not going to cut it. Again, it's a team game, so whenever it did happen on the terms of power play, it just did not work out. And on the bans here, we have Fridge banning out the Rune here. Actually, well, no, not Fridge banning out the Rune. Again, Fury is on the blue side, so Fury banning out the Rune probably meant for Ata here, as he does play an excellent Bridge. And the Fridge banning out the Atlas here, again, Fang's Atlas, very, very impressive, and he's also a really great defender, so kind of just an expected pick here, as Fury do draft the Estelle, Zarnov going to be on the Estelle, and Rasmus Juno going to Immaculator, and I think hiding goal here.
Honestly, all of that really kind of sounds about right, especially for something like Gates of Obscura. That Juno, it would be like that Juno would be kind of very appreciated on Gates. Put it like that.
I mean, just winning the interactions in general, again, you can, people that do one trick Juno do count the amount of blobos that they have up and how many times you can strike with it. So again, having a blobo win against any goalie is very, very nice. As an X and Kai do come out, I reckon Fang's going to be at the Kai, the Speedster, and Sake back on the X, as interestingly, an Asher does come out. So we might be seeing a Tar run the Asher, or maybe run the Rasmus, as Immaculate does pick up the Asher. But we will be seeing that once we load in here. Honestly, this, like, on character select, who do you think has the upper hand?
That I'm still gonna go with Fierce Fury.
Fierce Fury with the upper hand. I mean, we're probably gonna see X taking Build Their Friend, or maybe just go straight all Egoist in, and then probably might be seeing everyone go Egoist, and again, Egoist is a very, very crazy awakening to deal with. If he even like managed to get up the perfect form and or Catalyst, which is obviously insane, but again, we're gonna have to see because we're ready to go. I think mostly Smile. Again, this is a very scuffed week. Again, whoops. Our streamer kind of died, so we kind of have to. We picked up a random streamer on the side here, so we're all good off the stream.
Yeah, we making it. We doing what we can. We still want to bring you. We still want to bring y'all the good, so we're doing what we can. So
honestly, and since I think this is the first game we kind of have to watch, like, I don't think anyone has like. Well, I definitely didn't expect the 3-0. Honestly, like that first game, I kind of was looking at it. I low-key thought it was going to be like a 3. I mean, I kind of expected Freezer to win either way, but a 3-1 would have sounded better. But again, they just didn't find anything to score off, so it's all good. And I think we're ready to load in here. Kind of just have to check since Psyche is dead. Smile. As we are loading in right now, again, we might be seeing Asher Ford and then Rasmus goalie here. Rasmus might be actually taking both different here because, again, Rasmus with the size equals great things for great teams. And both teams did pick up a good scaling unit in terms of just winning. All good.
yeah, I could also believe that. I would not be surprised at seeing just like full egoists either side. So yeah, what we got here, like as we saw, Zarnef on the Kai, Sake right back on the X, no surprise there. And as was mentioned earlier, Fang on the Estelle, bit more core control here, a bit more range, which again, yeah, Gates of Obscura needed. And you got Emac on the Rasmus, Atta. Yeah, like I said, that Asher is also going to come in very handy, and we just talked about Juno. So let's see what we got going on in terms of openings here. You can see that, yeah, the Fridge, immediate immediate aggressive start, immediately takes a barrier. So yeah, I can definitely see they're going to try and push a little bit more, basically use all this space to their advantage, you know?
Yeah, to be real, I did kind of say earlier that both teams, well, mostly the people who build on sides like X, Asher, and Rasmus will be playing the build different as Zarnif, Fang, and Hiding will do opt for the Egoist here as a very slow start comes online here. As on the strike shot Asher as well as supporter shenanigans do going on. Sake winning the interaction yet again just means that Ashley's going to be stuck with nothing to her back here. As a matter of fact, he does find the second barrier for the fridge here, and another play will be coming up on the side of Momentum. As a matter of fact, he almost does find the goal here, but Fang does keep it away. And I did kind of lie here, as I thought Fang was going to be on the Kai, but it's going to be Zarnif on the Kai, as Zarnif, I think, with a great Giga Blast.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I saw it. I thought it was Sake punched it in, and from what I saw, I thought Sake punched it in. Ate just missed, and Ate just missed the deflection.
I think Sake just didn't. I mean, again, he probably just didn't strike. As speaking of not striking, again, Sake just killing him, meaning that there is not a third strike in terms of defense here. As Hiding Goal is forced to stay in the goal box. As Fierce Fury are making initiative here, X popping the X Maximus here. As Zarnif and Fang both have a flip ready. We'll see what they can do with it here. Spectre is taken really low, looking for a kill here. As Zarnif using that Giga Blast, sending it right into Sake, who's finds the second point here, and it's looking real bad yet again. As Attack kind of just has to solo Sake and Zarnif in a 2v1, while Hiding Goal is kind of not really doing much, in my opinion.
Hiding Goal at the moment is trying to make plays, and they're not quite in the position to make them happen. The defense is just like too good. They're trying to make like breakaway plays, Hiding Goal, ironically enough, just from what I've seen, and right now that's not really the case that is happening. So what's happening now is like Fierce Fury is defending and then converting the offense and holding that offense. Like right there, nice flip to just take the second barrier, and like Immaculator's trying to do something on this Rasmus for real. So it's not like it's hopeless. They are looking better this game than last game. I will say that, despite like the bad start.
I mean, losing strike force yet again means that Immaculator and the Fridge will be having to defend against the oppressive Zarnif and Sake here, as Momentum almost ship Hiding Goal, almost getting the Juno Slime to make their way over, as Sake is trying to do everything he can on top with flip ready. Means that he has another barrier defense and a great passing, well, not great passing, but great portal play. Means that offense again is on the side of Fierce Fury as they take the third point and the first set. Means that Zarnif will be taking the first MVP. Means that he can scale a lot more.
Oh yeah, definitely. Chrono boost right there for the taking. We can already see like about to insta-lock that. So already, like you said, that scaling is going to get real bad. Rasmus with the fighter flight, X holding on, but yeah, Sparkle Resilience. All of this seems about as expected. I'm expecting Juno to probably go for Timeless. Nope, Super Surge. Also fair. Yeah, that draft, I think Fierce Fury got the better of it. Like, there's nothing much else to say about that. Fierce Fury got the better of it. It's not that Fridge didn't get anything good, but yeah, Sake's just going to do stuff like that. Like, look at the size of him.
I mean, the size of that X will be doing a monstrous amount of damage as Ata is kind of brought to half health here, and Immaculator back on the map, looking to do something really. Does get it defended away, and Hiding Goal with the Juno and their Super Surge means that he cover a lot more ground. It means that a play can go on here as Immaculator wins the first strike war, gets the first barrier here. On the side of Fierce Fury, back to kind of playing around with the portals, Zarnif going in and out over and over to try to get something done here. So I can whip flip ready. Immaculator brought to half health again. trying to do something, but honestly, I think he's a little bit too fast for the Juno because the Juno's not ready to do anything here. Sake holding their flip up, ready to do something. That's how it gets their flip up too. It means that he has a little bit of defense. Comparatively, as Sake does find the kill and secures the first point again, screwing Ata with the flip as well.
That was just... That was nasty. That was very heads up, very smart play. Also just very nasty. But that's kind of Fierce Fury's modus operandi. So, hey, what can you do about that?
I mean, there's nothing really you can do.
Careful.
Especially since, well, yeah.
Dying.
Oh, whoops, my bad.
Dying,
It's over, though. I get it's over, really. My bad. Anyways, back to the gameplay, honestly, and again, Sake and Fierce Fury just hiding the barrier. I feel like I'm really just blazing them over and over, but it is looking very, very true here as Immaculate is brought to the edge yet again. Sake finding their 4th KO of the game, and it's back to the drawing board for the Fridge here as they're trying to find something good to keep it back alive. Sake almost will flip it. That's basically a similar entry as Sake, but he's looking back to try to build up again as Immaculate is found off the map. Unfortunate positioning means that he will die here. Asake will flip, but flip it, will burn it, and Atai with the great defense means that he will save it. But Atai with nothing to his back end again has to burn the evade in order to not die here. As great offensive pressure from Fierce Fury means that they might be finding another goal here, as they will find another goal as Sake sets it to the top side.
Yeah, something I've been noticing is that the Fridge, unfortunately, has been making some iffy passes. Like recently right there, what happened there was Immaculator set up like the death touch, and what happened was the core went into the death touch, but Sake was already there to like intercept it on the to intercept the core on the return. So he just kind of like almost had like a free shot. Immaculator basically inadvertently passed it to Sake and set him up for the goal. And stuff like that has kind of like been the case this whole match. For example, hide and go slimes have been either being hit like directly to the goalie or just not in a position where the slimes can actually target it in a direction that isn't already like preempted by one of the members of Fierce Fury, which is rough. So like now we have both goals open, which is good, but now they need to get into a scoring position, which is very rough. You got Fang out there already waiting. Like a good jump to kind of keep the pressure going. It's just very hard for them to get any sustained offense because they're just not quite in position. Just like a flip in front of like all 3 of them punches it in between like Ata and Hyde, and that's the set again. I don't know what else to say about that. It's just been very rough for them, and Fridge can't get any sustained offense going. They can get like little fits and spurts, but that's it.
I mean, honestly, it's looking real bad as Sake does offer the big fish, means that he has more and more size to complement the fact that he's been killing over and over again, but he does give up the catalyst on Erasmus. But I think he kind of just undervalues well, not undervalues, but I think he knows that Immaculate has been missing those flips as he missed 2 flips earlier, and trying to capitalize on the size means that Zarnov does pick up more speed here as he offers the stacks of sacks, and Fang with the twin drive means that he will have a lot more offense. But honestly, Ata with getting that prime time means that a lot more defense and pressure will be on the side end. Juno also opting for the 1-2 punch means that, again, they'll be looking really good so far, as Sake burning X Maximus means that they will be finding the second barrier here. And back on the momentum play here is Sake here, setting it right down with the flip ready. Doesn't flip there, but Immaculate also looking kind of low here. What might be killed even. Doesn't killed actually, I do lie here. As back to the power, well, not back to the power play, but back to the really good mental play here as Immaculate does burn the flip here. Another power, well, not power play, but mental play is getting set up again as Hide and Go finds the second barrier here. And Immaculate actually dying there, which is kind of unfortunate. It means that another play will come up, and Fierce Fury looking to shove it in yet again, deflected by Ata though. Still with flip means that he's ready to send it to anywhere. And Immaculate back up means that it kind of just closed out again.
Yeah, that was a lot of back and forth, a lot of brutality. Great save, by the way, for Zarnef with that barrage. That was like the best opportunity they had yet. Well, scratch that. Maybe this would this would have been. Ata managing to kill Sake, but Zarnef reminded them, "Yo, I'm here too," and just nice flip, nice shot angle on the goal, and they keep the perfect alive so far.
And the momentum is really much needed as the Fridge have to find something to equalize this as X is kind of just being bullied, but being bullied means that another person has another opportunity to score here. And I've been noticing a lot of things like Immaculate just kind of just has to play the 1v2 honestly, and Goal doesn't really do anything to help the 1v2 and even make it a 2v2 here. It's just been over and over the exact same mindset in terms of Immaculate does everything, and that kind of has to change here as Zarnev kind of does deny the death touch here. As Fang is pushing him, does get the kill and finds the goal, killing Ata there with the Crystal Thorns. And again, 2-0 on the side of Fierce Fury means that another 3-0 perfect sweep will be coming up.
Yeah, not much to say about it. Like right now, it's just been rough in terms of team play. It's been just rough in terms of team play for Fridge. Like kind of like you were saying, Hide and Goal is trying to provide like a lot of support, which understandable, but it doesn't really help that this is a very offensive two-man front in X and Kai, and Hyde as Juno has been like very iffy about staying up front, and that's basically been allowing X to do this Godzilla impression of just stomping up to the front and wrecking everybody, but almost at will, almost with impunity. And that's not really you don't really want that to happen if you're the Fridge. You can't like allow that to happen, I should say. And it's been a very rough situation. They do get like both goals open. This should be a chance at a score. Almost again. 2 shots on goal that are within inches of getting there, but nice flip by Fang, getting it away. And this is going. They need to at least try something. Nope, never mind. Sake just kind of spins and it's in, and 3-0 again. Just clean sweep, easy.
And a clean 3-0 sweep means that Furious Fury is up, I think, 3-1, which is looking real good for playoff potential here. And as we go back to the stats screen, again, 7-2 KOs. KOs being found all over Sake's resume here as he racks up 34,000 damage, which not surprisingly means that he will find a lot of damage here and will find a lot of kills. He has been getting a lot of kills, and Ata unfortunately was the recipient of, I think, 2 of those kills, and Immaculator being the recipient of 4, if I can count correctly. But still, another clean 3-0 sweep by Fierce Fury kind of just shows that they're not out of it yet.
Yeah, no, they've been very brutal. Like they got 1 loss, and they took that as a personal offense. So now they're definitely trying to shake back much more harshly. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing this out of them, and I fully expect something like that to continue on. I fully expect them to kind of sit there and like remind people. They're like, let's remind these people who we are and what we do. And what they do is they hurt people.
And hurting people, they do, as our first game has been just a lot of killing in general. And unfortunately for you guys, since we will be waiting for a second game, we will send this to a break.
See you soon.
And hello, everyone. Welcome back to EUSL Season 2, Week 4, Game 2 here, as we're hosting TMCT versus 3 Germans on the Atlas Lab here. And these are 2 teams looking to keep it up in terms of one team looking to keep up their #1 rank in EUSL, another one looking to keep up their dominant presence here as they're looking to find and looking to score a win against the games, like against the best team in EUSL here as on the Atlas Lab. So hi, so what's up, Flair? What you looking at so far?
Right now, I may be a little bit biased, but I am looking for Sloth to put in a, well, excuse me. Oh, wow, somebody terminated the match real fast. What happened there?
Oh no. It's all good. A little bit of technical difficulties, but we did see the vice goalie here as
Yeah.
we did see I think Atlas, Centauro, and now on the side of TFTT and Rasmus, Estelle, and Vice here, as we do have a Vice on the goalie and again Atlas on the goalie as well. I think I saw from the lineups of both teams that we had we had I think Perfect Form Atlas and Perfect Form Zentaro as well as Primetime Now, and on the other side I think Eject Vice with I think Primetime. We have to see later because I don't remember all of it. I think we restarted because someone chose the wrong character smile. Oh good. But again, Perfect Form Zentaro didn't ban it on draft. How do you think it's gonna play out?
To be frank, blunt, whatever you want to say, whatever word you want to use, I think they're going to regret that. Cookies Zentaro is kind of monstrous, so I fully expect that to just immediately come into play here again. And yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Perfect Form Zentaro is usually, like you said, you either ban Zentaro at the front whenever Perfect Form shows up, or you try and grab it before he can. And you can already see, like, they immediately try to, like, beat down on Cookies, try and prevent him from getting anything started. So, yeah, this is going to be a very furious first set, I think.
Furious first set it is as both bottom barriers go down for both teams here. Even a second barrier by Rako is doing all the work here. And back to the drawing board, it looks to be TMTT as Giovanni is taking it really, really low here as they've been grabbing ores for the past, I think, minute. As again, Cookies is staggered, almost with flip up, means that he has to evade, and he will fall as Rako's death slashed him into the Atlas orb here. And looking real bad as Lucas does find the first point here. And they need to find something to, and again, this is like an ambulance comp for Zentaro to keep him alive, but it's not really looking so good as he does die. And honestly loses all his energy. So we might be seeing a lot of stuff coming up on the side of having to keep Cookies alive.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be kind of the target du jour for this matchup. Not saying that, obviously, like, now can't do anything, but, or now isn't important, I should say, but definitely being able to recognize the big threat that is Perfect Form Zentaro and just saying, no, you don't get to play the game is going to be vital if they want to basically continue their scores. Because otherwise, he's going to do things like that.
Yeah, and Cookie's fighting a lucky, the team fighting a lucky break here as they do kill Rako's here with the flip too. And Lucas being staggered means he also burned his flip, and Cookie's greeting that evade means that he also will lose his life and turn into a backwards power play on the side of 3 Germans as they're looking to convert. And convert they do as Lucas fights the Crystal Thorns, gets the second barrier here. As Sloth with flip, trying to look for something to keep on the side of 3 Germans as he has to kind of keep it away and keep it away as Giovanni's taking a little bit low here. Cookie's doing everything he can to try to get that second barrier, but that second barrier is not falling.
Yeah, very good defense from Layfire. Rekos, very good, basically like holding offense. Nice, like the pop from the black hole just sends him out of action. So power play for 3 Germans. Nice Crystal Thorns whip. Rekos finishes it off. Good play. Two for Germans. TMCT on the back foot.
And back in the back foot as they are, as they're down 2-0 in points here, and they're gonna find something to keep it alive here. I think Giovanni is kind of on, not really on their pick. I haven't seen them on the now this season. Maybe I have, but maybe I'm kind of lying here. But Cookie's finding the first bear means that he has to do everything he had to keep it away. As Layfire does ult into the center, making sure they do burn evade. And Rick Host here almost with flip up. So is Lucas, as they're getting ready to spark an offensive here, as he does get his flip ready, looking to get something done here. Rick Host almost fighting Barry here. Looking real low. And still having to pop the Celestial Intervention here so no one dies and eventually is healed off. Like Lucas burying the flip here. Reko's about to have his flip. Does flip it out. Looking real low as he does get staggered on the line here from Celestial Expanse. And it's looking, again, kind of dangerous here as Rasmus does die. But let's see if, again, TFTC can convert on this power play yet again.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough go. Cookies was hunting them out, but they managed to make it. They managed to make the power play happen. Just barely manages to get that goal line. So, yeah, I've noticed that 3 Germans, very good offense, if I'm being real. They haven't gotten that second one this time. TMCT managing to put up a bit more of a defense. But for those first 2 goals, very good offense from 3 Germans. I was really liking how Layfire would kind of warp in, pop ult to make everybody burn their evades and kind of like pop back out, force them to spend those evades, kind of like if it was a a Crater Maker. I thought that's a very good play.
Yeah, that again means that no one has an evade to have a core flip, which is really good on the side of it. Cookie's almost getting a good strike, means that Layfire will have to burn their flip too. Circus walks up, looking for something, and Swap takes the initiative, gets the clear out. But Layfire back on the offensive again. The three forwards are looking real good so far. As again, Cookies didn't mind finding anything. As I cast a curse, as Cookies finds the top side and gets the first point. And I think they need to find more plays for Cookies to do that type of thing, where he's just up in their faces with Perfect Form Zentara.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to have to end up kind of having to be the core of their game plan. Sad boys, as Cookies is just, like I was saying earlier, the massive, if obvious threat. So if Cookies can basically get on the front lines and continue to do Zentaro things, then 3 Germans are going to have a much rougher time of the situation. And if they can kill him, then so be it. But that was a nice, like, dual front, so now we're tied up 2-2.
Good duel by Giovanni means that they will find the second point here, and midfielders do get it done as the turn does not go. And again, midfielders don't get it done as Giovanni does fall. Lucas and Rickos both a flip up, gets deflected, and Slot5 saves it, gets the flip up. Zentaro saves it as well. He said Giovanni's back on the cards here. And honestly, it was almost saved. But Layfire putting up the top pressure, B-side Rickos is the bottom side free to his disposal, scoring the first set for 3 Germans.
That was an incredible little display of not giving up on the play and pushing the core through. And very good rewards here. Like, I'm seeing Nice Edge, I'm seeing Stacks, Monumentalist, Adrenaline Rush, Prize Fighter even, with the way KOs have been going. So, a lot of stuff to see here.
And the downside of having such a great team on pressure is that there's no creation to deny now Monumentalist, and even Zentaro picking up Knife's Edge means that he'll be a lot more dangerous in terms of speed here. Let's see what Giovanni can do. Let's see what 3 Germans can do, as in my opinion, it's kind of even in this draft just because they've given up Monu just for speed, a lot of speed, and a lot of more team plays, as Layfire does pick up Twin Drive. And that speed is coming into play here, sorta, as the 20 stacks means that they will be getting some damage, but the 20 stacks might not matter as they're almost killed off the map, as they do burn an evade, they have no more evades left. Means that something has to go on. They're looking for the kill. Does almost have the kill, but Giovanni making sure that kill, well, honestly, that kill doesn't have to be found, as they weren't even close to having enough energy, and if they do get killed, then that energy is gone, and they'll be at 25, but honestly, kills don't even matter, as Giovanni does find the first score, though. But, again, things are kicking back in terms of just offensive pressure, as TFCT are back on the cards here.
yeah, it's been that first draft I would have called that fairly even. I would have actually given the edge slightly to TMCT even just because I'm really scared about that knife's edge. That monumentalist on now is always a threat. And yeah, stacks is good, but you gotta kind of like make use of it. So you can already see like they have one barrier apiece each side, and excuse me, now it's to the Germans took both barriers. But anyway, what I was just trying to get to was that now TMCT can layer on a lot more offense. It feels like they can layer on a lot more offense almost more reliably now just because of the size and the range and everything and the damage output.
What comes up from Mercos means that nothing will be found, unfortunately, for the side of Three Germans, but Mercos doesn't even need his flip as he sends it right past Slav, who misses his strike shot and misses his primary, which is unfortunate for him. Three Germans up 1 point. But on the side of energy here, it looks like TMTT are up and running here. As Cookies will flip, Giovanni almost will flip too, means that they will be looking for some type of aggressive play as they're trying to get it away from the side of Three Germans, as a lot of stuff has been going on. Cookies looking for the kill here, but not find it, but Layfire ulting will get there. Unfortunately, Samboy Psycho does not come out for both barriers, but Giovanni still up in front, means that he will almost have flip Super Coast taken really staggered leveled here, means that he might die. Soft getting the kill there means he does die, and a power play will come on for TMCT here as basically 2 flips are up and ready to go.
Yeah, now just quick goal in by Cookies was basically unable to be stopped there. And yeah, I feel like just the perfect form, just being a starter awakening, kind of gave TMCT a very early win condition that they managed to get to. I think they're in a good spot now. They've like even just after this first draft.
And a right grasp the secondary means that the core will be taking the first barrier here, but the second barrier, both barriers do fall for Three Germans. As Cookie's taken off the map means that on a power play coming up from the Three Germans, who have been showing everything they can and putting up a fight of their own, as the 3 brawler comes into play here, as Layfire's looking to something to TP. Gets it TP off, does ult, but Slav with the Sparker Wrestle means that he will die, but instead, not Layfire, but Giovanni will die as he's death touched by Mercos and sent into the Atlas Lord, bringing another power play up for Three Germans, and Three Germans looking to do something with this. Won't get the strike off. Layfire sending it in and tying up the score 2-2 for Three Germans.
Very good defense, very good transitional, basically offense. Very good like defense, shift to offense, get the core in, and Three Germans definitely not out of this yet. Like I said, TMCT in a good spot, but that doesn't mean Three Germans is out of it. Three Germans has I think, a lot of good, consistent offense. They are getting barriers. They need to convert that into scores, but that's something that I do think they can do. They just need to kind of
Yeah, and I can agree with that too, as they're kind of just keeping it all together. Suki's first flip for the kill, bringing another power play up for the 2 Germans, well, not bringing a power play into the 2 Germans here. As Marquez back on the drawing board with flip, might have to use it on the defense to save that barrier. Will not use it, honestly, and it's a good choice as Marquez trying to get back on the offense. With 2 flips almost up, as Really Fire is about to have his flip up. Giovanni bringing his flip means that there will be a attempt at the goal box will not be found here, and Marquez using it to try to find a second, doesn't find it though. Layfire with flip up will TP back to kind of assert his dominance over the pressure, and it's looking about even right now as Layfire almost finds the second barrier, does TP out of it though. He needs to play a little bit more aggressive in order to find that thing, but Cookies almost with a great passive strike means that he will almost find the goal here, and he will almost find the goal, and he does find the goal as Giovanni midfielder is getting it done as he secures a set.
Like, very impressive response to like the core speed, the core very good angle on the shot. In general, it's been a lot rougher for Three Germans to kind of get that game plan of, you know, like kill Cookies going, and this isn't going to make it any easier really.
And now with Monu Timeless, very interesting as they're going to be doing even more damage and adding even more pressure. As Antara picks the Egoist here, the Super Surge being denied by Coast means that a lot of things will be going on, and Slav doesn't pick up another spark here. He takes split different to deny it from the rest, which is understandable though. And honestly, this draft might be even looking better for TFTT as they do get the Sad Boys angle, which is unfortunate, into the Sad Boy single. And Layfire and Lucas both are really low here, and damage is just being calculated in general for 3 Germans.
Yeah, I was saying like TMCT looks to be like in a better spot. Like it seems like their game plan is really rocking and rolling now. I say that as soon as 3 Germans get to. And did I cast a curse? Yes, I did. Okay, so never mind all that. 3 Germans still in the lead. I mean, 3 Germans still proving they still in this one very well. Okie dokie.
And still in it they are, as I think about even is the thing, well, about the energy. And Giovanni trying to get something done here while Layfire is out there targeting Cookies, as Sad Boy starts to do a Sad Boy single here, as it's looking to do something with that. First Berry being taken down, Cookies being dealt a lot of damage here, but Giovanni is back there to save him. Has a crazy interaction with the Atlas Lord means that First Berry will be found. Cookies looking to kill Lucas here, as he is getting kind of low, will be dying off, but with getting the health back means that you will lose a berry here, as TFTT is back on the offensive here, looking to kill, and killed they almost will as Cookies is brought to half health.
Yeah, that was just another case of Layfire going to warp in, immediately popping ult. And wow, very nice flip. But yeah, it's been, at this point, it's just been a lot of TMCT going on the offense, and 3 Germans have to do their absolute best to kind of like hold them off. There's been a lot of damage that's being dumped by Cookies and Giovanna, and it's just proving very dangerous and very scary for them. And they're trying to have to move quick.
And that Monumentalist time is now proving to be a really big deal, as Layfire unfortunately does go to ult but doesn't pop it in time, means that a self goal will be scored here on the side of 3 Germans, bringing TFCT up 1-1. Well, not bringing it up, but bringing it back 1-1, as both players are followed by a crazy sequence of events here, as Cookies almost whiff flip is about to show why he might be the boss, as he's almost whiff flip, getting the pressure going, and pressure will be found. And pressure almost will be dissipated almost immediately, as Layfire ulting means that Cookies won't have enough energy to have a flip ready.
Yeah, that's always kind of like, that's the downside of that go in, teleport, cause everybody to kind of use their evades and flip out thing. It's like, okay, well now what if you need to flip out? What if you need to evade? Then, you know, then you're kind of with a problem. So, ooh.
And a great slice and dice by Cookies means that they will find another point here, and Rico's unfortunately falling off the map. I think he had a decent amount of energy, which meant that he would not have it for this point. But who needs that energy when you have Layfire there going to kill Cookies here, as Cookies does fall, and it means that another power play is coming for 3 Germans here, as they're looking for offensive here, and they do find it. Converting on the power play means big time for the side of 3 Germans here, as they're looking to score another point and even up, and so far it's been a really good even matchup so far, as Giovanni's taking really, really low here. Gets the Atlas Orb and doesn't die to it, but Redco's also looking pretty low, looking to kill Giovanni here, and Lucas with flip. We'll find the kill on Giovanni, but also sacrifice the berry in the process here. Lucas with flip, trying to shut up an offensive pressure here on the side of 3 Germans as they are ready to go. As Lucas takes it to the bottom side, Red Coast almost looking for something. Does find it as Layfire. TP's back, but does get the strike off.
Very nice. I respect the commitment to Layfire to just like hold up there and say like, nope, I'm going to help on this 3-person offense. I'm going to help push. I'm going to get this score in. We're going to tie it back up because that's what they need right now.
They need it as they will, as Sloth finds himself with 1 barrier to his name here. Last barrier to set. Means that a Sad Boy, well not a Sad Boys, but a middle single will come out, and Atlas Live is just a place where you can't really not expect a lot of bad things to happen to you, as some angles will cause you to lose barriers in the process here, as Giovanni almost finds Your second barrier, oh my god, I cannot speak as I'm
Yep.
coughing, unfortunately, here. But Sloth, with no barrier to his name, this is the last time for barriers to be found, as Cookies with a great deflection means that he will flip, and he will score! What a great turn of events for Cookies! And an unfortunate turn for the three Germans, as Cookies does get this flip off of his stop strike, will find the barrier, and will find the goal here, as this draft is looking really, really dangerous right now. And
Yeah.
explosive interest and Firefly on the cards. I think Cookies is going to opt for the explosive interest here. It means that Layfire can't really get in on all of that fun and energy here. That's looking real, real bad yet again.
Yeah, like Vice taking the fight or flight, sure. Now with that stagger swagger, that's gonna be a bit of an issue. Just seems like this was a bit of a felt like a bit of a rough loss for three Germans. They were rocking and rolling and just kind of like one bad interaction and it all got taken away from them. And they're going to need to bounce back on this one in a big way. And that's not gonna help.
Yeah, and Bussy back on the court won't help them, as Layfire is back on the offensive yet again. Sloth almost a great save, means that everyone's down a barrier apiece. And something interesting to note earlier was that Lucas did take the spark of focus away from Sloth, but Sloth really got a win out of that by taking Missile Prop, which is a great counter to that. And again, Atlas just having all that time to have an interaction means that he will gain a lot of his cooldowns back regardless of whether he has Spark or Focus or not, as damage is being dealt by by Cookies just hitting over and over again. And a great save by Layfire means that everything's back to normal, but there are only two Germans on the board.
Yeah, it's been very rough whenever Cookies kind of like gets in everybody's face, because then barriers start flying and goals usually get scored at that point once Cookies is in the front line. So it's been a rough road for them. Three Germans certainly not out of it, but they need to. Again, they need to kind of like get back to their murderous ways of Cookies, or they need to find a way to play around them, because otherwise Cookies is just going to be able to redirect and take all these shots like so.
Yeah, taking the shots is making Layfire play the 50-50, and Layfire choosing the wrong side means that Germans are up not Germans, but TFT is up 1-0 here. And again, kind of just showing that even without the luck, as they kind of got shafted in the first draft, means that if they can keep up the gameplay style, means that they can keep scaling, and scaling they do, as both teams are, well, not both teams, but TFT is off to a really great start in this first set here, even though they only have one barrier taken down. Cookies does have flip. He will flip a Layfire counter flip, and a counter strike shot by Sloth means that nothing will happen, as Lucas is taking down a stagger level, but Cookies is off the map.
Doesn't matter though, Giovanni is right there. Very good intercept on the pass attempt, very good goal. And right now they're about to take set 2.
Not set 2, but maybe the entire game on the line here, as Giovanni's healing Cookies here, who has been taking a little bit low here. Cookies popping the Atlas Orb means that Giovanni will be taken to a little bit of stagger here. As a 2v2 we found Stabboy's angle means that no barrier will be found here, as Layfire does find their first barrier here. And three Germans need this to keep popping up for them. They need to keep finding these barriers to take it away from TFT here. As Giovanni does find the flip though, doesn't get the flip, but Lucas looking really low himself, does get KO'd though. As Layfire does get stunned by Cookies, means that something's going on. Slot flips into Giovanni, gets deflected by Layfire here, and Cookies looking to stall it out, getting ready to send it home. And send it home he does! Top side, Cookies, sending TFT their first game win.
That was honestly, that was a very interesting game, and it was from what I saw of it, it was very much okay, here's our game plan. Basically, it was kind of like a chess match almost, very counter heavy, counter game plan heavy, realizing what the opponent is trying to do, and kind of shifting game plans in order to account for that, which, you know, is the mark of a good team. It's the mark of a great team, really. Being able to see what your opponent is going for and kind of shifting your mindset to adapt for that.
And damage was the name of the game here, as even though Cookies and Giovanni did all the work, we kind of just spent that converting was the biggest issue, and again, a lot of converting. Like we've seen in the last game too, where both teams were it kind of just came down to whoever could convert on their power play more. And again, Fierce Fury coming on top shows that they're still in it. And this game too, TMTT converting on basically all 7 of their KOs, basically, as they've been winning a lot of the interactions. But it doesn't seem that all hope is lost for on the side of three Germans, as they did find a lot of KOs on their own and did convert too. I think it was just bad that the draft didn't skew in their favor, and it gave Monumentalist and Timeless now off to Giovanni, who did perform impressive here, as he did score 5 of the 11 goals that they did, along with racking up 33,000 damage and also having 246 redirect spins. She was just the star of the show here.
Yeah, it's just been it was a showcase performance, really. I thought it was pretty good. So we will, I believe, be heading into the second game shortly.
Yeah, our second game is, I think, on the Clarion Corp test chamber, which hasn't really been a really big game. Well, not really a big game, but a really big map that has been picked, really, I think, on the side of just EUSL in general. I think you guys like to run Only Village, you guys like to run Taika Temple and Atlas Lab, which is pretty fun in general, which is really cool. I mean, those maps are really nice as well, but Clarion Corp being a bit of the random map means that you might be seeing a lot of interesting plays going on.
Yeah, Clarion Corp generally means that you're going to want at least one character with a lot of decent core controls, so that you can kind of like direct the core to where you want and not leave it at the whims of the map, which can sometimes get out of hand. So it's definitely something that really affects character selection, and in general, like even draft selection at times.
And draft selection will come on as we're waiting for our game to start. And again, heading into the not the Taika, but the Clarion test chamber, I kind of said earlier that a lot of interesting picks will happen here. I seem to do take the blue side, which is very nice on the side of just winning. And again, winning is a big key to success, as again, Clarion Corp is just one of those maps where you kind of have to just play around your surroundings and do good. But the three forwards by 3 Germans were really interesting, actually. I want to see that again, or if they do bust it out, or will they play a more defensive goalie?
I could see them trying it again. I wouldn't call what they did not working. I think it was just some I think it was just some miscues, and I could see I could see them going back to the well for it.
Yeah, I can't agree. I mean, they did find a lot of not progress, but they did find a lot of stuff going on. Well, not stuff going on, but like more of, they did find the pressure that they were looking for, and it did help a lot. I think it's just they misplayed a little, and it just came to be, honestly.
So let's see what we got here.
Draft comes out as Spark of Resil and the 1-2 punch, looking like a Julie's maybe looking like a Julie angle, really. But again, Cookies before, he didn't really find a lot of good stuff on the Julie. It means that he might even be picking it, which is unfortunate. But let's see, we might actually see a Julie angle. Julie again, it could work. I'm not saying it won't.
I could see it. So yeah, we've got Ami Band for TMCT, I believe. 3 Germans said no to the Kazan, and right now we've got that Estelle coming right back out. We've got that Vice coming right back out. So not really much of a surprise there.
Yeah, Layfire back on the Vice. I think maybe, or it might be Lucas on the Vice. Who knows? But they will go Zentaro, as Zentaro has been a really big problem lately. But let's see if 1-2 punch and the Spark and Rezo will be saving it. They might go Rezo Spark, really, as Actually, doesn't really matter what Zentara goes. I think Zentara might just go 1-2 for damage, go siphoning 1-2, and then Vice will probably go 1-2 as well. But again, I think it's looking like a really good angle as Estelle comes out, which probably will be picked on Giovanni's end. Cookie's going on the X, which is again very oppressive, and then now, which means that again it's gonna be another KO slash quick control comp with the now obviously buffing X all the way. And Vice and Tar. I wonder what the third's gonna be. The third's gonna be Jakar. So you're probably gonna see Lucas on Jakar. Vice again going out to Layfire, who again is really, really oppressive. I think that Amy bad actually has been for Layfire. Again, it sounds like Layfire likes to play these eject goalies and run around the map, going head to toe with the other goalie and see who can hold out more. And even though even though Layfire has been kind of relapsing on the side of giving up barriers for fun, but it's all good. I don't think it's that wrong to look at it that way. But Zentaro Jakar means that it could be a really KO comp. So let's see how Team CC can deal with this.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of like it's going to be very bloody, just because, like you said, we have the now buffing the X, and X is just a monster, and it's not like Estelle cannot put out damage themselves, even though she's more like for control. But yeah, Vice, Centauro, Jakar, very dangerous, very deadly, especially with those 1-2 punches.
Yeah, 1-2 punch being just the catalyst of everything, really, as you do a lot of fun so 1-2, and if anyone gets that team player, it means that a lot of backpassing can occur, and backpassing is a really funny thing to kind of examine here, but I don't think EUSL does it a lot. So it's all good. No worries. But heading into this Clarion test chamber, I wonder if whoever I said was right, and now we'll go on to Sloth here, as Estelle and Giovanni will be playing their picks. And Cookies on the X means that, again, looking to be a very, very interesting comp, as Giovanni is usually their Estelle is their comfort pick, which is nice and all. Again, Layfire on the Vice, Lucas on the Jakar, and Rakost on the Siphoning Zentaro. This will be a KO comp yet again. And Giovanni and Sloth running sort of speed awakenings here. Sorry, not really. Sloth going momentum boots instead of the usual strike shot you usually see on now, really. Giovanni going the Maxwell, pretty good on this map specifically, and Cookie's going the X-Way as he takes on the usual vicious members.
Yeah, and you can already kind of see the battles starting. Rekos being like very low, Lucas being very low, just because Cookies is just an excellent pilot of X and Zentaro in general. Know when to strike, know when to hit. Basically, they know how to fight. So it's definitely going to be a bit of an uphill battle. But so far, it does seem like it's working out. Got the goal open. So now we need to see if they can push it.
And last game we saw Layfire doing all the work here, as we saw last game too, with the amount of pressure that he's gotten, and Layfire sending it in with the flip means that Drew German's up again in points, as we saw last game too. Layfire, well, not Layfire, but the entirety of 3 Germans did take the first set here by complete surprise here. Basically, we might be seeing another turnaround in events just like last time.
Yeah, it's like first set is entirely possible. But it is a definite good start for 3 Germans. They're going to need to find a way to keep this up, and I said it like last time, sort of. Are going to need to. This is a draft team. This is a team that needs their awakenings to kind of really boot up 3 Germans.
Yeah, I can agree, as Rakost does have the core, which is really interesting here, as Rakost with flip means that they will have another chance to score potentially, as Layfire does burn their ult to quickly down, as Cookies will almost be killed off the map. I think he's getting staggered, and he does get KO'd off the map. Leave 3 Germans with another power play. Let's see if they can convert again, as Converti is the name of the game. Is Layfire setting up for Coast, getting the dribble, flipping, is deflected by Sloth here, as again back to the drawing board for TMCT as they gotta look for a kill, and they do find the kill with the help of a now drone. But that now drone will have to come at a cost as Layfire gets the kill and is ready to rock and roll here as a flip is coming online here, looking to try to set up themselves with a great power play. And the flip does come down bottom side. Layfire doing everything again back onto TMCT's last leg.
Excellent flip. I got shook. I thought Layfire was going north. I really did. So basically like excellent outplay and good on keeping them up. 2-0, and it's gonna. They're definitely gonna need to keep this up. TMCT definitely trying to figure out what to do about this. 3 Germans need to keep hitting hard, keep hitting fast, take this set.
And the big Zentaro means that Rickhouse will be fighting the first barrier here, as Cookies and the X gameplay might not be looking really good for them, as not really stuff that's going on, but sort of just on the side of KOs, just playing into the KOs is very, very important here. And again, Layfire doing all the work for the most part, as he does find another barrier and leaves Sloth again with nothing to his back. And it's looking very, very impressive again. Just the Zentaro being just doing everything he can, getting that big size again means that Rickhouse will be doing everything and dashing in and finds the goal on the power play.
That was an insane angle that Rickhouse managed to catch, and then just managed to like push it in, managed to catch that weird angle, managed to make it into a goal, and now they get the drafts that they really need.
And traffic is a very important thing, as again the now Monumentalist makes another appearance here, and again just not having a creations character on this team means that now gets money for free, and no matter what, even if you have to deny it, like now we'll be taking up the rapid fire or anything of the important sort, as X goes the ad rush, and Giovanni surprisingly gets Catalyst as their last pick.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, like 3 Germans won that. I do think TMCT got the better of the draft, but here's the thing. I do not think 3 Germans got a bad draft because everything they got plays to their strengths. So it's going to be one of those situations where it's like, yeah, technically TMCT got the better draft, but that does not mean that they won the draft, if that makes any kind of sense. I actually don't think it does, now that I'm saying it. But yeah, 3 Germans definitely still in the driver's seat. They just need to kind of like keep the offense going, and hopefully those awakenings don't come into play like too hard. They don't shift the momentum too hard.
And speaking of shifting momentum there, Cookies doing all the work here. Brawlers do get it done, as Layfire Lucas were brought to low stagger. Layfire having to ult to make sure he doesn't get killed off the map, but it didn't really matter, as Cookies flipping means that he will find the goal here. And the bouncy house is now in effect here, as Cookies makes Layfire burn their flip. And again, Clearing Corp is all full of surprises and fun here, as 3 Germans on the power play do convert both barriers here. And yeah, what do you think about this, how this is playing out so far? But you said draft earlier that TMCT did win draft, sort of, but it's not looking that way, sort of, in my opinion, because Rickhouse does have flip and is ready to get in there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying like they kind of won, but they kind of didn't, because what 3 Germans got is drafts, is awakenings that augment what they've already been doing good at and augment how they've been winning. TMCT got a better draft in order to help them come back, but 3 Germans, the drafts that they got helped widen the gap. So it's just like the hot shot on Lucas, the extra primary rapid fire, and obviously explosive very good on Zentaro, and that's just helping with like all the damage and the offensive staging. Although that does not help. A very nice KO, but yeah, 3 Germans definitely not out of it. Obviously, like, not out of it. 3 Germans, I think, is, well, excuse me. 3 Germans is in a 3-on-1, and they just got scored on. So maybe who knows what I'm talking about.
3 Germans, more like 1 German, as Cookies does find 2 KOs, I think. I think it's just Cookies that Actually, no, I think I lied. I think Giovanni got the first kill, and then Cookies kind of just cleaned up the Dracar afterwards. But still, 2-1 on the side of TMC teams that they will find the first barrier here, and it looks like TMC is picking back up the pace here as they're looking for another scoring attempt here as Layfire is left with no barriers to his name. But again, two evade clears potentially here as he almost found the first barrier, but looking really low, has to evade there, and unfortunately he did get his kind of core flip there, which meant that Layfire burns it and Cookie sets it to the top side. Means that TNT back on the table here, 3-1. Let's see how this draft plays out, and oh my god.
Oh boy. Okay. Estelle, very quick. Giovanni going for the Deadeye, but that leaves you know what for you know who. Insta-lock. Perfect forms in Taro. So, honestly, prize fighter on X, very good. Twin drive on the Vice. Castellast on now, and missile prop on Dracar. Honestly, pretty good draft for both sides. Nothing really to say. Nothing really special to say about that. We all know Perfect Form Centauro was a monster, and this has been a very back and forth match.
I kind of want to say that straight up, TMCT might have won this draft.
Think so?
Just because even though you've given you've given up Centauro for the worm, you also give up Tails. I think TFTC's game plan is to straight up just kill people. Because again, you have Adrush and Price Runner stack, which is really, really interesting. And again, if they can find those KOs, it's game over. But KOs don't even matter as Geo gets that midfield arc and scores.
I can definitely understand that, and I've noticed that Cookies is getting basically to play more, so to speak, and basically getting to run their game plan, which is causing like Layfire and Lucas to be more out of position, which is very scary. So yeah, I can definitely see how you would come to that conclusion.
Yeah, and KOing is the name of the game starter as Ricost looking real low himself. Gonna find something to keep himself alive here. Does find the first barrier, means that Cookies will be targeting him for the meantime, and as he's still taking really low, even staggered, means that he might die in this exact moment if they decide to force kill onto him. As Layfire kind of has to push up, means that he has to get something done here. As Varkos with the dash, unfortunately does catch the core too, means that Layfire has to burn their flip, means that there's no play to bring it back to their own, as Lucas almost gets KO'd, saved, but he does find a KO, and Giovanni also finds the second KO on 2. Layfire in a bad position on a 1v3 yet again with an Adrush X in his face, means that Giovanni's able to fake him out and set it right behind Layfire, who guesses wrong on the 50-50.
That was just a horrible situation that Layfire ended up finding themselves in, and yeah, it's looking rough now a little bit for three Germans. Like, they had all the momentum in the world, and now they're kind of fighting on the back foot.
I think they just have to deal with the X in his face, as X will almost find the KO here, potentially, if he does find the mark. But Giovanni doing everything he can again with the great pass, almost sends it into the low elo mix-up, means that Giovanni's able to set himself up with the Crest of Thorns, and Giovanni setting up TFT again with another almost good draft here, as we NVV2, and again, Spark and Strike on the board, Big Fish on the board, Build Different on the board, and the Timeless now I think will come online here, which means that more damage will be dished out.
Yeah, there's nothing really for it. Oh, no, now it takes Spark of Focus instead of Timeless, which a little surprising, but also understandable.
I mean, more cooldowns equals more chances to kill, as instead, I think Great Layfire gets the draft of a lifetime sort of with just every ability to his disposal. He even has Rapid Fire, Twin Drive, and Prime Time, means that he's able to save basically everything here. if he has enough abilities to do so. He does ult though, doesn't he's able to find the first clear on the bottom barrier, but still looking real low here. As Cookies is brought down to half health, but again, that X Maximus and that Bellringer means that a lot of stuff will be going on, and he will be back at almost full HP here, as they're looking to find something to equalize this. As Lucas almost dies.
Yeah, there's a lot of abilities being flung out by Layfire like almost consistently, and that's doing a lot to help with keeping the offense up, which they sorely need at this point, because Cookies has been threatening this entire time, and even that is not quite helping, as you can see. Just weird bounce, now shot, and yeah, Three Germans needs all the help they can get at this point. I'm not quite 100% sure what they do to kind of avoid this onslaught, aside from try and get the core around faster. Like they can't kill Cookies anymore. It's unreliable. So they just need to push the core, move it, and try and get these goals in as fast as possible before Cookies can get their game plan rocking, before Giovanni can get into position, really.
I think the strat for Three Germans is to keep Layfire in the game. Like right now, Layfire is playing too much of a passive angle, and it's not looking really good. Again, because Fricos is about to die here, looking real low, but Layfire being able to push up and do all those things is really nice, and let's Fricos clean it up the mess. And again, that's what they need to do. If they can do that, then it's all good, because if you can't let X scale and get the kills, then it's all good. There's no problem about X having one prize fighter stack and doing nothing, while the rest of the team just shoves it in and does everything. And yeah. Speaking of death here, Lucas about to die, does pick up the orb though, will have to flip it out to make sure he doesn't have a wasted flip here, so he has better momentum. Again, looking real low though means that he has to kind of evade the X and make sure he gets nothing done. Does avoid the bull rush, does get the big thing to keep X out of the game, but X does find the KO as the Ad Rush proc 2, and it's looking real bad for the two Germans left on the board here, as all he needs to do is just win a singular strike war. And it's looking real good as the hold here, as he does with the KO! And he's back at 3 stacks, getting the flip ready, and getting the KO on Layfire means that looking for a match point and get another sweep. Not even a sweep, but just a really close game that turned awry because of Draft Awakenings.
Yeah, but isn't that can be kind of Omega Strikers in a nutshell. Like one bad draft can kind of just ruin your entire day. But it's not over quite just yet. One barrier taken on each side. Three Germans needs to find a way to, again, like, get Cookies away from this core, get Cookies away from these people, and just stop this offensive onslaught that's been going on.
They also need to win their strike wars, as Cookie finds another great strike ward to send it past Layfire here. And they might have to just find a kill on Lucas to secure the deal here, as he almost does. Look, he was real low, has to evade here. If Lucas dies, it actually might be game over. And it actually might be game over here, as we're looking at another power play as the X Maximus sends it to the top side and secures a 3-1 victory on the side of TMTT, bringing them up 2-0 and still undefeated here, 4-0.
Yeah, that was... I will say this, a lot of respect to Three Germans. They brought it. They pushed. I would say they pushed TMCT. I would not say that the score in and of itself indicates how tough that game got at times. But TMCT, like you said, still undefeated, still proved that they were some of the top dogs here, and I expect them to continue this, honestly, for a good minute. It was just very good. It was just very good play, very good team play, very good understanding of where the core was, very good understanding of their game plan, which, like you said, was just walk into their back line and start slugging. And Three Germans didn't really have a response to that.
Three Germans, I think their only response was to just take the brunt and feel what they could do, and honestly, if they play a little bit more aggressive, it was all good in games, because in order to fight fire, you gotta just beat it with more fire. As 9 kills are racked up on the side of TFTT and only 5. Just conversion in general is really powerful. And that's it for the first 2 games. And we will be seeing two more caches coming in for this scuffed game of EUSL here as our streamer kind of died. Do you have any closing words, P Flare?
Very fast and furious first two games here. I definitely, honestly, not too much beyond that. Like we saw the two of the top ranked teams just continue to beat down and continue to storm their way up the top of the mountain. So we need to see if anyone else can take these folks down.
Yeah, and we will be seeing the next two games. We'll be heading to a short break. Thank you guys for watching the first half.
Peace out.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week 4 of EUSL Season 2. We may be a little scuffed, but we are here. It's me and Imak. How's it going, Imak?
It is going horrible. I'm coming out of the probably one of the worst series I've ever played in my life against Fisturi, but next two games, or next series rather, will be a lot more fun. We'll be going extremely strong, and honestly, like it's gonna be entertaining.
Yeah, definitely going to be entertaining indeed. And I feel like this series also does have some major implications, right? This is a series that Flames Kittens is probably favored to win normally, but they do have their whole sub
Normally,
roster in, right, against Eclipse, which means that this is a series they definitely need to win if they want to make it into playoffs. And if they lose, there is a better chance for another team in that little, like, fourth to seventh kind of pack between themselves, the Fridge, Tripod Fish, and Three Germans, another one of the teams to make it into playoffs over them if they lose this.
yeah. I mean, this game kind of also the last chance for Eclipse to turn things around because they're already 0-3, right? If you go 0-4, your chances to go into playoffs are kinda zero. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how everything shapes up. First map is Atlas Lab. We do see spicy draft. We do see the legendary Tanman Dubu forward. We see Luna on Narrow, something I don't think we've seen this season.
Yep.
And obviously on the side of Flames Kittens, we have Neuro, SMG, and Brack. SMG already played this season, week 1. I don't think the others have.
Yeah, but keep in mind, SMG played week 1 as a forward, right? This time he is playing as midfield on this Aimi, right? Paired up with that Zentaro in the offense, and then on the opposite side, it is a Rune Dubu, a comp that we typically see on something like the Taiko Temple, but perhaps, you know, just comfort picks. I'm not sure about Tempe's Rune, but I know Tanman is definitely a big Dubu savant, and we might just see it here with that Tofu Fortress and the log coming in that corner.
I mean, if you say Dumbo forward in EU, I don't think you can say like you cannot say Tanman as the first thing that comes to mind. Ooh, really nice defense there. But
Yeah, I mean, great roll
Tanman
out by
was
Tanman.
staggered.
He
Yeah,
finds it,
was
right?
staggered, but doesn't matter.
But another thing I feel like we kind of glossed over this, right? The Awakening's Knife's Edge perfect form. Knife's Edge only going over to Tanman and Narrow, and everyone else opting for perfect form, right? Runes and Taro, Aimi, all really great users of this perfect form. So I really want to see, because Aimi and Zentaro especially are pretty lethal with this perfect form. And if the side of Flameskins can get rolling with it, it could look really dangerous for Eclipse.
Brack really low here. Has to be careful. SMG as well. Really nice reaction there from Tanman. Narrow
Yeah, I mean, great
waiting it
patience
out.
by Narrow.
Oh, they misflip. Really unfortunate. But both do get out of stagger range.
I mean, there it is. Tempe staggered right now. Narrow, he boosts forward, gets the flip, gets the barrier. It's a 2v3. Tanman, he just continues to dribble. He tries to buy time, but with a great evade, he lives for a little longer, and Narrow with that nuke actually means he is able to get it out for the time being. And now Tempe, she's respawned. She's ready to go back on this offense if she can. And now Narrow, he has to continue clearing this, and the banish, it's dodged away from SMG, and SMG gets the pass down to Brack.
I mean, really nice combo there. From Narrow attempting to get it out after the banish, but banish obviously being dodged. Really, really good from SMG there. Keeping up the pressure and being able to score in the end.
Yeah, I mean, doing really well overall, and now Tanman looking pretty low. The side of SMG and Brack, they want to look for that kill, but the Tofu Fortress just blocks it in the corner, and then now Nuru, he's left with no barriers to spare. Tanman, he's just waiting in this corner, trying to bait out abilities, and he is able to, but the double banish, I mean, Nero slightly out of position, loses both barriers for it, but Tempe, she's back on this defense, and now she's trying to clear it, get it forward. Tanman is down, now it's a 2v3 in favor of Flames Kittens, but we saw what happened last time. We saw that Eclipse was able to play this 2v3 really well. A great clear out down by Narrow, and this Luna, it just continues to keep playing, and so good.
Really nice by Narrow here. defending. Usually not seen on the Luna as much, I feel like. Might be wrong on that one. Ooh, good combo there. Oh!
And we see the Dubu Fortress, right, once again. Tanman using it to its fullest extent. One may think that, oh, right there, Dubu's probably going to place the wall and it's going to get stuck behind it, but he just pushes it forward as if he's playing something like the Atlas Primary.
I mean, to be fair, that was just the average particle accelerator Dubu. With the wall, sometimes the core just goes crazy. They get the first barrier here. Tanman really low. Those get knocked out here.
Yeah, and a flip out by Narrow, right? Getting it cleared, but look at the energy state for Eclipse. They don't have any energy to work with, and the evade from SMG means that the core continues to go through. Second barrier also falls, and now this is looking all but done and dusted as the side of Flames Kittens continue to keep forward, but a great pillar out by Tempe finds that second barrier, and now Nura has to be a little bit worried. He has the flip to work with, but not much else.
Oh, tries to kill Tempe here. Might be bad, honestly, because they had the flip. They had the chance.
And there it is right now on the offense once again, but Tanman, he keeps cutting these passes so well, but a missed strike out by Nuru. Tempe scores it.
Really nice vortex there. Just right after the strike, Nuru doesn't have his own strike to cover that one. And we do have a really nice draft here, honestly. There's a lot of things you do want on both sides here.
Yes.
Yeah, Rapid Fire taking away from both makes sense. Build different, Big Fish, Egoist, all good pickups here for Zen. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, recognizing that you can't deny the size away from Dubu. Dubu opts for the built diff over the Big Fish. I don't know how much I really agree with that just because of how much damage is being layered onto him. Rune getting Monu is still pretty solid considering all that's left. But on the other side, the Egoist and the Missile Propulsion are really going to be doing wonders.
I mean, I'm gonna be real here. I trust Tanman more than my own decisions if it comes to Dubu. Like he knows things I haven't even considered.
Sure, I mean, he is the Dubu player, and well, he almost finds the goal there, but a great clear up by Nuru means he doesn't. And now as SMG respawns, they still have 2 barriers worth to actually work through. But Tempe, she's looking low. She could be taken out by this damage comp of Flames Kittens. Opts to go back for this orb, but the core, it's just never really getting and staying on the side of Eclipse.
Oh, double banish there, really strong. Sadly doesn't get anything out of it. Really low, everyone, on the side of Eclipse.
Yeah, now it is Tempe. She might get finished off, but a great Tofu Fortress means that the one who's finished off is SMG.
Oh no!
And missed the Irish means that Brack doesn't even send it forward. This allows Tanman to kind of move it back forward, and now they're closing on this offense. A pass comes out to Tempe, but Tempe is actually sent right where the core is, and now that means Brack, he gets to take a shot, misses it, but the miss clear out by Narrow means that SMG can cyber swipe it.
There's a lot happening. Tanman keeps finding those kills on the edge. Maybe the build diff was just exactly what he needed, right? But like, there's so much damage coming out from the side of Flames Kittens. So
I mean, yeah, that build different, right? Tanman picking it up. He might be kind of hitting us with the I'm built different, sir. Nowhere's no. And, well, might not be built different here as he's taken off the map. And now in another 2v3, this means that Flames Kittens, they have a chance to bring their lead up to 2-0. A great series of passes, but intercepted out by Tempe. Tempe's looking really low, but these Monu pillars buying so much space. A double banish, too. That's so big. Into the Shadow Swap almost means the barrier falls. The roll to deny the flip, and now the momentum's changed. Brack has fallen. Tanman is pushing up with this Tofu Fortress. The Tofu Fortress making it impossible to clear these strike wars, but the clears are coming out by Flames Kittens. The pass up to Tempe, intercepted by the glitch pop, and now Tempe is looking for Tanman, but SMG, he's keeping these clears so perfect for Flames Kittens, making sure that the side of Eclipse cannot get the core forward. But look at this, these strikes, they're layered so perfectly, and now only does it find its way back onto the side of Eclipse, but it just gets cleared once more, and now Tempe, now Tanman, they're looking for a way to finish off this point.
it is just magnificent to see the Dubu just walk forward, keep core in front of him with the help of Tempe. Like, really just walking the entire way to the barrier, taking it in the end, and then scoring. Like, Dubu sometimes is something to behold.
Yeah,
but right
Dubu
now,
definitely. And well, he almost got the kill there with the Tofu Fortress, but he actually pushed Brack into the orb, so he did manage to live. But now he's getting staggered. The Oni's Blade not enough to finish him off, but he needs to stay in this corner. He needs to unstagger, and this bitch actually saving him and getting the kill onto Brack. And now he needs to move to the opposite side of the stagger bug, meaning that he's not actually staggered. This roll, that's the second barrier falling, and now Eclipse, they just need to get these passing plays. They need to play this smart, and if they play it smart, they can find it. But a great clear coming out by Nuru, coming out by SMG. And now Brack has respawned, and they're looking for the second barrier on the opposite side. They do find it, and now Tanman, he's looking a little low, but the banish comes out, and well, no pillar to follow just yet. And now, as they swap positions, it's just a good series of rotations coming out by Eclipse.
Tempe gets knocked out in the end. Tanman has to keep it forward here. Waste as much time as possible, right?
And well, no boost left for Nero, so unfortunately he isn't able to save that.
Unfortunate. But then again, like, really well done by Flames Kittens, keeping up the pressure, right? Keeping everything going. Like, the pressure, the damage is just there. They keep killing. They're doing exactly what you want to see from their team, right? Mm-hmm. They keep them low, as you said before, right? That's probably why Big Fish would have been a better choice right now. But at the same time, like, he just wanted to go for a little bit more of more damage, which I can see as well on Tanman here. Almost kills Brack. They do get flipped from SMG and kill Brack in the end.
Yeah, this pillar looks so bad for the side of SMG, and then, yeah, Nero not able to save it with that lock and load as Tempe finds it to that top side. This could be Eclipse maybe going up 2-0 in this game 1, and that would be really big for them.
What just happened?
Slightly emotional flip out there by Nero, and well, he might not have it for the rest of this point, and that could be that could be really costly for them. He has to kind of waddle his way down, and does manage to clear it for the time being. Shows that he doesn't even need that flip, and now the side of Tanman, he's getting a little low. He needs to be careful, play his life, and then maybe he can find something like this Tofu Fortress in the corner. Doesn't just get as the great Firewall Sentry clears it. That's one barrier, almost two, but Nero, he manages to save it for the time being.
That's a kill. Really nice banish there before. Maybe in the end, an emotional support flip was not that bad from Nero. Really nice fortress there, keeping the pressure up, both barriers down.
Yeah, I mean, these great passes coming in from Nero and Tempe, right? Trying to get it out of this defense somehow, and oh no, a missed clear means the Firewall Sentry is able to find this open barrier, and now we have an open net, and the Strike War is lost from Nero, and SMG ties it up for Flames Kittens.
So unfortunate not getting it forward to Tanman, who had the flip in the end, but again, just the pressure that Amy gives with the turret, right? Missile propulsion will get maybe a siege machine here. Actually goes for the team player. Instead of denying hotshot or like getting siege machine, just takes the team player.
Yeah, I think
surprising.
The idea might be recognizing that the way around this is to just look for passes, and if you look for these passes fast enough, the Rune and the Dubu can't really react to them as much, because we see this Dubu, like with the size, with the speed, just running around and intercepting so many of these clear attempts just because they're so slow. On the opposite side, a great Catalyst deny actually to make sure that we don't see Ego as Catalyst perfect form on Zentaro, which thank God we don't, but we still see 1-2 punch anyway, which is very great for the Zentaro.
Narrow on the defense. Gets cleared actually. Looked not as well for a second there.
Yeah, it does manage to save it for the time being, and Well, with an open net, this is all but over for Eclipse, but hey, they're saving it for quite a long time, and once again, they clear it out of this Firewall Sentry, and that's one barrier, maybe two, but Nuru manages to save it thanks to that Molten Bolt, and now Tanman, a great Tofu Fortress, keeps it forward. They might just find this barrier, and they do. Tanman pays for it with his life, but the side of Flames Kittens, they want to keep it forward. Tempe almost getting the banished kill onto Brack, but SMG kind of using his own HP to help save it. Now, these passes are pretty risky because they can be intercepted by the rune. A flip actually burned out by Nero means he doesn't have it, and crucially, Brack uses that loss of resource to find a goal.
Yeah, Nero, once again, not getting that flip where it needed to be. Really bad, honestly, if you want to keep that pressure up, right? He is defending really well, right? Cast a curse, obviously. No, but he, like, he keeps everything the way like he's supposed to, right? The goals are like taking a little bit longer, and the only issue. Ooh, really nice kill from Tempe here, getting the flip out from Zentaro to the KO.
I mean, great setup out there by Tanman, right? And might actually find it here. A great flip out coming out by Nuru, but it's not enough as Tanman wins another strike war. And now actually evening it back up for Eclipse. They didn't like how last set went, so they're trying to answer back.
This game is so hard to cast. Everything happens at the same time.
I mean,
you want
to
to talk about you want to talk about the great offense, right? From Flames Kittens, and the great defense that comes along with it, and then you just see a kill, and suddenly there's a goal for Eclipse. Like,
I mean, hey, both of these teams hit you where you least expect it, and well, we might expect a kill out here onto Tempe, but Tempe actually getting the Shadow Swap means that she's gonna live, and instead, this means that Eclipse might be in a great situation. There it is. Tempe is probably finished off here, but no, actually lives once again and goes for the other orb. Nero pushing in with that boost and looking for something at least. Tanman trying to keep it forward, using his size once again to see what he can do. And oh, that pillar timing out. Nuru was almost not ready for that, but does manage to save it in the end. And then flip coming out by Tanman, tries to send it up to the top side. Doesn't really find anything. And now pass back up from Tempe, doesn't find anything either. Now Nero, he has to be really careful, has a flip of his own. Awkward ult, sends it back to the opposite side, but it just goes all the way around the map. The roll, Nuru managing to overcome it thanks to that shotgun. Brack not dying from that banished pillar, that was absolutely insane.
there's so many kills that almost happen. Nero this time actually hitting the core with this flip, not as impactful as he might have wanted. Oh, but really good pillar there. Keeps it forward, gets the barrier.
And now this is a really tough situation. A great banished pillar means that it's actually saved once again. The pass coming down, but it's actually intercepted, and the core flies back, and now it's open nets on both sides. This team player, red core in overtime. This is what he picked it up for. He picked it up for those passes.
Yeah, exactly what you want to see, right? With the team player just getting it forward. And Brack just getting the strike war really nicely. Scores it for set point. You really want to just get that set going. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Tempe was stuck! Just survive in the end.
Like no one realized it, and well, Tempe got to live and actually killed Brack in the end. And now the side of Eclipse, this is the chance they need to actually try to go for this barrier, but they're just not able to find it. This Firewall Sentry, this flip, just buying so much space for the side of Flames Kittens. And now Tanman, he grabs the orb, which means he doesn't die just yet. But we're halfway towards overtime, and overtime means that we will be seeing those red cores coming out of SMG.
Nice flip there. Had to react to the nice vortex from Rune there.
And this looks like really tough to clear, right? This Firewall Sentry making sure it stays in that corner. And Nero so patient, trying to keep it forward. But the black hole, it sends it back to their side. Tanman, he's been walking back. He's been trying to get some position for his team. But nothing really to be found. And that Tofu Fortress continues to bounce it. Oh. Tanman almost finds a shot, but actually misses it. But wins the strike war against Nuru in the end.
I think that's the third 2-2 we have, no?
I believe so.
I mean, really close. We're already everyone is almost level 10 here right now, so that's also something we should keep in mind, right? The stagger is going to be maxed out soon, so people are not gonna get tankier unless they get awakenings.
Yeah, and Tan Man, I think he's surely fishing for a kill with this flip, maybe something like a dash flip, and while he doesn't find it and pays for it with life, and that's one barrier, maybe soon to be two. Now he has this flip, using it aggressively to make sure it stops it before it gets into his crease, and well, it does stall it for a decent amount of time, and now Tan Man is going to be coming back up, looking to push up this top side with the other creations, but it actually goes right past, and now they need to be really careful. Brack has this flip, SMG is trying to send it forward, there's that flip, nothing he can do.
What's happening?
He actually falls to the Firewall Sentry, and this Tofu Fortress so dangerous for the side of Eclipse. A great clear out by Tan Man means that time is bought for Tempe, and the boost, that sends Brack away. Even more time being bought. SMG, he's now on this bottom side looking for a hit stun confirm, and this is all but over. The glitch pop finds it thanks to the Oni's Blade stall.
There's so much happening. After the flip, I thought someone had died. I was pretty sure it was Nero. Suddenly Nero's still standing there. Because there was everything in that corner. Timeless Creator... Not Timeless Creator for Amy. Would have been really nice with the missile prop, I feel like.
Yeah, it would have been good, but I think the other thing to keep in mind is also with the rapid fire Luna, and who also has Knife's Edge, you don't want to give them Deadeye, right? This Deadeye is absolutely lethal.
Makes sense. Yeah, makes sense.
Still off to the Timeless on Rune. I guess just thinking that since they already have the Monu and are getting Timeless, they can just stop these pillars before they happen. But the pillars are also going to do a decent chunk of damage too. But Tempe also just has the dream build for Rune, right? If Tempe is just going to continue keeping these pillars as good as she has been, we might just see Eclipse come back.
I mean, yeah, like the Monumentalist hotshot and Timeless. I mean, what else do you really want? You maybe want
Rapid Fire's gone, maybe like a Twin Drive or Prime Time, yeah.
Yeah, Rapid Fire, Prime Time, Twin Drive, like just something that makes your abilities be more... Oh, the Walk of Shame!
And actually doesn't find it as Tempe saves him as she gets a great pillar, and now SMG has to run away to this top side. Does grab this orb, and Tan Man hitting that core into the center means that Nero is now in a really tough situation. He can't go safely for this orb, and now Tempe, you have to realize this, you have to walk back. And, well, Nero does grab this orb in the end, so it's not all over for Eclipse. They are able to keep this forward. And a great strike out by SMG finds that barrier. Ooh, great
really
counter
nice
flip
there.
Now Tan Man looking for this offense here. A great shotgun from Nuru means that the core continues to stay forward. Nero, you need to keep this forward. You need to make sure that it doesn't get back to your side. And there's the boost. A great shotgun. Then the primary. Nero, he does it all.
If my forward's not gonna score, then I'm gonna do it myself, he says, confidently going forward.
Well, hey, I mean, you have to be confident if you're going to want to win these games, and, well, Nero showing that he is so confident. Now, Brack taking so much damage, looking so low. These pillars, they cut off so much space, and Tempe, she has to use them as well as she can if the side of Eclipse wants to win.
I just realized that Tan Man actually picked up the aerials, so his Tofu Fortress is, like, really getting his mileage, right? He can just go forward, like, with the secondary as well. Like, he's covering so much more space. Usually you wouldn't expect that necessarily, but then again, like, it's really just good against them not having like a really defensive goalie, right?
Oh yeah, of course, right? It makes sure that you can 100% lock things down, and now Nero, he does deny the orb away from Brack, which means that Brack is also, well, I was about to say he's so low, but he's not low enough yet, and now Nero, he dashes up this bottom side. Nuru has nowhere to clear. Where do you clear between a boosting Luna, a massive anomaly, and Dubu?
And the Tofu wall himself. If he can't cast this, he's just gonna be it himself.
Exactly, right? And, well, that's one barrier falling, but Eclipse, they're poised to maybe take the set in their own favor as, wow, Brack looks like he is dead. He is off the map completely. Nothing to say about it, but a counter kill out by SMG on Tan Man, using the size to his advantage. And, well, no flips on no flip on just SMG, right? The others are all building theirs, but it's looking really dangerous for the side of Eclipse. They need to make sure this stays cleared, and now it gets forward. A great pass out out to Tempe, and the core, it's still not hitting the barrier. Finally, Tan-Man finds it, but it's back on the other side, and now SMG needs to be careful, taking a lot of damage from that banish from the pillar, and the side of Flameskittens, they're all very hurt, but so are the forwards on the opposite side.
Oh, really nice flip from both Nero and Nuro here. Oh, but he can't get it.
Yeah, great strikeout by Tan-Man, finding the bottom corner, and the Tofu Fortress to follow it up, right? Because if you hit it top side, something's gonna cover. If you hit it bottom side, the Tofu Fortress is just gone, and, well, last set, this Luna definitely wants the extra special.
Yeah, I mean, we do get triple Spark too. Don't see anyone having Spark,
Nope.
so that one's just gonna be like the pickups in the end. Twin Drive, as we said before, Castellast also might be
Ooh.
something. They do pick Spark of Strength. I would have kind of expected Spark of Resilience, maybe.
No, I think the
get
idea
a little
is
bit more tankiness.
not even the tankiness for Tempe. I think the way that Tempe wants to play this is, look, if you've seen a lot of her banishes, a lot of the damage she's been putting out, this rune is an actual damage threat, like genuinely. And Spark of Strength continues to enable that, where it just makes a lot of these banished pillars way more lethal. And the other thing to also note is Tan-Man has this Twin Drive, which means more abilities on this offense, more of these aerials rolls, and, well, we see double barrier coming out by the side of Tan-Man, and, well, this might be Eclipse taking a game here if they continue this offense.
Keeping last barrier alive, which is important. Obviously, you can't score if enemy still has barrier up. And right now, they're just doing a really nice job, just keeping that one standing. Tan-Man has the secondary so much now, just keeping it up the entire time. Right, with Twin Drive has the possibility to just have even more pressure than before. And with the aerials, he also like can just use that Tofu Fortress to keep like some areas just locked out for clearing.
Yeah, and oh, this is looking really dangerous. The flip having to be forced up by Nuru, but Tan-Man, he has the flip. A great pass up by Tempe, and Tan-Man secures it on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like everyone on the side of Eclipse right now has exactly the build they kind of wanted, right? Maybe if you give like Nero the Deadeye, that's a little bit better. But besides that, I feel like everything is just perfect for them, right?
Yeah, and I mean, look at the damage. Oh, I think the other thing might just be that the damage now allows you to red core way more easily as Rune. I completely glossed over that, and well, we see all these red cores coming in from Tempe, and now the pillar. There's nowhere to clear the Rune Dubu. We see this being so good on something like the Taiko Temple, and they're showing that it doesn't matter the map. This offense can be so lethal.
Yeah, right now, last set was a 3-0. This set already a 2-0. It kind of feels like that Eclipse doesn't know, that Flameskittens right now doesn't know what to do against the Dubu, right? Against the Dubu and Rune in combination, like they're just covering so much space, right? You can't really go offensive, and every time you do go offensive, I was about to say they can't get barriers, but
oh, and well, they get a goal as well, right? And
good
this
old
is
caster curse,
right? The caster curse coming in, and well, Flameskittens, they don't want to go out just yet, right? But if I recall, they did burn, I think, one flip apiece, so it is still relatively even. But the side of Eclipse is a little closer to their own flips, and that is one barrier, maybe a second, but a great clear coming out by Nuru and SMG. But this pillar, this massive pillar in the corner, Tan-Man, Tempe both have the flip, and they're looking to push up with this. They find this barrier, and it's an open net with two flips available. Brack trying to push up on this opposite side. There's that Tofu Fortress that comes up, and now Tan-Man, he's posturing. He finds the flip straight through SMG, and that's game one going to Eclipse.
That is game one going to Dubu.
Hey, I would say Dubu and Rune, right? This Rune, I was really unsure what to expect, but Tempe piloted it so well, just reinforcing, and then the build that she ended up getting after that, it was just disgusting. And what we see that with 268 redirects, you know, matching the enemy midfielder, which, yeah, you can do if you're a really good Rune, but you wouldn't always expect that.
I mean, then again, like look at the KOs as well, right? Tempe almost matching Zentaro. Basically just same amount of kills, like, right? I think there's 1 KO difference, even though like the damage is so much less on the side of Eclipse. They just got the banishes, got them at the right time, just defensively and offensively when they wanted to kill. I feel like the first 3 sets were a lot more like representative, but after that, like Rune had too much. Rune just had too much to cover. Tanman just got too much to keep the pressure up, right? The Twin Drive, the aerials, just covering almost everything. Once he cast that Tofu Fortress from the center of the map, and just kept getting Darius with that, and in the end, just really nicely played. Just from both sides, I think we can expect much, or we can expect a lot from the next games.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see, right, if the side of Flames Kittens can take this back, because I will definitely say this would be a fun series to watch going to Game 3, right? Because this Game 1 already very close, and I'd like to think that these teams are pretty close.
I mean, yeah,
But,
they
yeah.
are right now they're pretty close, but then again, we should keep in mind Flames Kittens is playing full substitute roster. I don't
Right.
know if they are used to scrimming together, or if it's just been like 1 or 2 of them playing together. So we don't know how that exactly went. So we just have to see how that goes.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, my knowledge is that, you know, SMG and Brack do play together from time to time. But important news from production, we have Flameskins subbing in Yuki for Brack, and this could very well be the difference maker. You know, Yuki being that EUSL forward from last season, now transitioning to EUSL goalie, but an EUSL starter who comfortably looks to be in that position.
Yeah, I mean, now we do have one member from the main team, right? Yuki like really went into this EUSL season with the role swap, and honestly, like really surprised many people.
Yeah, a lot of question marks.
With how fast the improvement was, right?
And yeah, I mean, it was definitely surprising, right? Because I think a lot of people came into the season thinking, oh yeah, Yuki's a forward who also plays goalie a little bit, maybe just a Vice 1 trick, right? Just, you know, after looking at the solo queue history, but she has played some other stuff. She showed her prowess on IME as well, and I would say both of them look very strong. And I think has also played a game of Kai this season in EUSL. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I don't recall if that was a win or not, but show that she does actually have a goalie pool, right?
I mean, yeah.
But in this case, she's playing forward, right? Which I would argue is probably her more comfortable role.
I mean, probably if she decided to go goalie, right, then I would assume that's the position right now she feels more comfortable with. But then again, like, as you mentioned, the vice pick, kind of like, you could play it forward, you can play it as a goalie, right? So probably that's where like the first few games came off, or the first 2 weeks rather. And now they do pick other things. So device still an option, but as you said, like Amy, also really good, really a solid pick just overall. And they can keep up with the other teams, right? But right now, in this series, they're 1 behind, and with substituting out, they will probably make their team stronger, and we're gonna have to see how that influences the next game going forward.
And hey, TMCT, unfortunately, I don't want to say faltered, because they really didn't. Now the only team remaining that still has all of their series going to Game 3 is Flames Kittens. So Flames Kittens could still keep that record, right? They could still have all their games go to 3 games. But for that, they need to win this next one, right? And we'll have to see if Yuki really is that difference maker or if it's just going to be a 2-0 sweep for Eclipse.
I mean, for Eclipse, I kind of want them to win, right? They're all 3 right now. They, as I said before, they kind of need to pick up the pace if they want to, like, at least, if not going for playoffs, right? You still don't want to go out as the team that went 0-7, right? Pick up a few wins here and there, and this might be one of the prime opportunities they do get. And honestly, I do feel like they have the chances today if they get like another good draft, another good awakenings. They might be able to just keep up where they are. Flames Kittens, as you said, like really solid contender. The games they lost, or the series they lost, they still went to 3 games, and that just shows, right? They are rather consistent in performing, but right now that's basically like what they have to show going into the next games. They have to pick up 2 wins to just make sure that they get back on the map, right?
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, right, this is going to be Luna, Finny, Kai for, I believe, this is Flames Kittens. And then on the other side, Aimi, now Dubu for the side of Eclipse, right? And this is an extra special missile propulsion start.
I mean, it's Luna with the extra special going to be really, really powerful, right?
Wait, but think about this. It's Finny, Luna, and Kai on the same team. Just take a sec. Who's the brawler? Is that just going to be Luna brawler, or are they just running like a Luna Kai double midfield or something like that?
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they just roll with it, pick the Luna goalie and just go for like the full damage, and then just let Kai barrage them off the map, right?
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
that's the
we'll have to
angle
see,
right
right?
now.
We'll have to see who's playing what on that team, because it is very confusing, because also Yuki is coming in, and I don't know which of these midfield characters, quote unquote, that Yuki really plays.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like if the roles, like if the teams would be swapped, I can 100% already tell like who picked what.
Exactly.
Because Nero would be a good Feeny merchant. Tanman is known to play the Luna forward as well, so that one would have been a lot easier. But yeah, kind of right now we're both guessing where people will go. Does look like it's gonna be the
Yeah, nothing. Well, okay, not nearly as surprising.
Yuki is not
now.
goalie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yuki's coming in for forward, right? So this is going to be Kai forward with Finny midfield, I guess, and then the Luna goalie. And on the opposite side, Aimi, now Dubu, pretty standard. Missile propulsion going to everyone except Finny and Aimi.
Kind of surprising that Luna doesn't go for it here. I mean, kind of makes sense if you want to go for like that little bit more of offensive playstyle, right? Have that little bit more extra range. But then again, like you can get so much more out of the extra special later on, I feel like. But yeah, we're gonna see. Oh,
Yeah,
we're gonna see how it goes.
Yeah. Nero not really confident that he's able to get it with the strike, so Glitch Pop's there, and unfortunately Glitch Pop sends it right down to SMG, who manages to get that goal. But yeah, I think that overall missile propulsion is usually better than Luna, than extra special for Luna, just because of the fact that it just allows you to kind of look for more consistent kills, right? Because the damage, yeah, might come, or it's just an evade tax really from that ult, right? But missile propulsion, it makes it so that these are no longer evade tax and just actual kill attempts.
Yeah. Handman got deleted from the map here. Those respawn in time. Really nice defense here from Eclipse. Just keeping that up. Neuro does flip. Doesn't matter really, because SMG just gets that goal in. I mean, right now, they're dealing a lot of damage. Handman basically doesn't get to play the game, still level 1 here.
Yep.
So not getting that fortress wall that Dubo needs to be offensively powerful. Again, Yuki just using the flip as well for damage. Handman back to his 1 HP basically. Has to be careful here.
And finally now taking over to level 2, and this might be what he needs if he wants to find these Tofu Fortress plays. A great counter flip coming up by Nero, only losing 1 barrier, but maybe 2 thanks to the big finish. Tempe's actually taken off the map, but Nero, he's walking forward, he's trying to get this core forward. A missed Tofu Fortress means that the core doesn't actually hit that second barrier, but now Tanman, he's coming back on this defense, he's trying to make sure it doesn't go through. A missed Barrage means that nothing's found by Yuki just yet. And Tempe respawns. She's trying to keep this core away from their barrier. And, well, looks to
Really
kind
nice
of fail as
combo
Nero
there.
falls. A great big finish as SMG finishes off the sets.
Really nice combo there on the kill on Nero with the Luna dashing forward, getting the kill, and then just open goal. Big finish. Really nice there. We're looking at Chrono Boost for Kai probably. Yeah, and then everything else kind of is up for grabs. Prize Fighter Luna sounds really nice. Nice Edge also. Yeah, Nice Edge also good. Taking Unstoppable away from Tanman makes sense too. He probably gets Spark of Resilience and just hopes to scale for later.
Yeah, but keep in mind, that's 1 spark already gone in his case, so he only has 2 more left to look for. But this Resilience Spark might actually do a decent amount of work for him, but that's all the damage that's getting dumped on him on round start. They have an absolute vendetta against Tanman after what he did to them last game, and, well, the side of Flameskins, they might be able to get a lot for it. That's 1 barrier falling. Tempe with a great angle means the second barrier will fall as well, thanks to Nero's reinforcement. And now the side of Eclipse, they're looking to turn things around. They're looking to get this goal, and they find it.
Really nice offense there. I mean, to be fair, like, it makes sense that you just unload everything onto Tanman. That's kind of the way how you deal with the Dubu forward, right? He is that big hitbox that just gets nuked off the map.
Yeah, absolutely obliterated.
Yeah. No, but like Dubu has, as far as I know, not the greatest amount of stagger, which doesn't really like matter that much when you're playing goalie, right? But if you're the forward player, you kind of have to make sure that you use every stagger point you have, and sometimes with like the Fini, the Luna, right? The way they play it, it's gonna be really hard to keep that stagger bar up. Good Tofu Fortress here. Gets the second barrier. Taman really low. Should survive, however.
Yeah, should survive, but there's not much you can do when you have a Nuru boosting in, and another big finish from SMG finds it. This Finny forward figuring out a way to get past the defensive Eclipse, and that's not the words I thought would be coming out of my mouth at this point, but it is, right? As we do see that happening right before our eyes, and a mid-strike means the barrier does just go right past Nero, and they don't even find an opposing barrier in that case. And okay, there it is. Finally, Nero blinking forward, getting that barrier. Tanman, he's trying to keep this core forward, trying to win these strike wars, waiting for his cooldowns, and he gets that barrier. And now the side of Eclipse, they're looking to take themselves up 2-1, but not if Yuki or SMG have anything to say about it. They're trying to push back up on the opposite side. The big finish doing so much work. I think this is why he went for that extra special over the missile propulsion. But the great log coming out for Tanman, and he finds it.
Handman just with the double barrier take as well. 6 people in one corner, right? Just praying to get that double barrier, and somehow gets it through, like through all 3 enemies, right? Handman just really nice on that strike war.
And I mean, he almost dies there, but hey, takes a barrier for it. And a pass up to Nero. Nero's pushing up with his flip, and he gets punished. But actually, the slow coming out of the big finish means that Tempe is able to save the core for the time being. These strikers, they have to be won out by the defense of Eclipse. The pass comes through forward, and now Tempe, she continues to win these strikers. A great roll, a great flip, buys time, and now Nero is back online. The Firewall Sentry coming up defensively, and now the side of Flameskins, the core comes back to their side, but now Tanman, he is the one who's taken off. It's another 2v3, and this time this is a little tougher to say because you don't have the Dubu defensively, but a great clear.
They took a barrier with the Lucky Bones.
And now Tempe, she's looking to play on this offense. She almost has this flip ready, and there's a kill onto Yuki, and there's that primary. It's coming forward. Tempe, she has this flip. She's so close. In melee, flips it, doesn't really get anything. Looks for the pass down to Tanman, and there's that Tofu Fortress. The Firewall Sentry, it just keeps going through, and that is the set for Eclipse.
You have the Sentry from now, the ult from Amy, and the Tofu Fortress from Dubu, just completely walling off the entirety of the goal. I don't think you have that much to do against that, honestly.
Creations, am I right? And might be rewarded with it. Might grab the Deadeye or the Super Surge, something like that. Yeah, opposite the Super Surge, this means this Deadeye will fall over to the Luna, most likely. No, the Now actually denying it, right? So Luna doesn't get it, but there's the Rapid Fire, there's Prime Time. I wonder if the focus will fall, and it does fall to Tanman. That's a second spark onto Tanman.
Let's hope he's not too close to walls anymore. He should have enough stagger now to stay alive. He did take slit kicks, so if he's left alone a little bit with that speed, he should be able to. Yeah, and we just once again we just see the entirety of the corner walled off. They do get the clear. Do get it back forward.
Yeah, and then now the side of Eclipse, they're looking to continue pushing this forward. A great roll, stalls it, and now Nero, he's doing his walk of shame, but it's actually not that bad as Tempe is there to reinforce that top side, but no. A great triple take out by SMG makes it so that the second barrier falls, but it's actually cleared. The Firewall Sentry takes it for Nero, and Tanman, he's ready to take that strike board. That is the worst situation to be in against Sadubu.
Yeah. It feels like they just learned how to layer their abilities. First set we didn't see it as much, and right now we just see it permanently, right? Maybe they just weren't synced up in the first set, and right now they're just locked in. Really nice angle there.
Yeah, I mean, the SMG finding his own angle there and takes that second barrier. Yuki trying to push this forward, getting up to SMG, and this triple take, trying to find that barrier, and it just keeps going through, and now Yuki, she is waiting for that barrage, doesn't really find it. SMG dribbling around Tempe, and there's a flip coming out by Nero. Nuru not in position to get that flip, but this triple take, it just continues to keep it onto their side. This Finny forward doing so much work on this offense, and now Tanman, he's in the position he wants to be, but the clear just comes through from the side of Flameskins. That's one barrier falling, but it just goes back to SMG, and this fighter flight, this makes it so dangerous for him. He is space gliding as he finds the goal.
Yeah, I mean, Nero with the Super Surge has a lot of pressure as well going forward, right? But right there, just really good defense going into the offense, and just a little bit too far forward and a little too long as well, right? And that just means that Eclipse gets scored on right now, losing 2 barriers as well, and making sure that they just keep the pressure up.
I mean, triple take, once again, SMG, he continues to find it, right? He is absolutely outplaying Nero with this Finny forward. It's doing so well, and, well, Eclipse, they need to find a way, they need to find their magic from set 2 in the early parts of set 3. What happened between then and now? And there's a flip actually coming out by Ayuki, pushing it to the opposite side, but we might just see the double barrier.
Only get 1 barrier, but still, like, I don't think Eclipse has taken like more than 2 barriers this entire set, which isn't really what you want, right? When you're already 1 game ahead, you want to win the second game, so you don't go to the third map, right? Oh, really nice strike war here.
And now Tanman, he finally gets into the corner, but it just gets cleared out. These corner pushes, they're just not happening. It gets to the corner and it instantly gets cleared out, and that is not what Eclipse wants, right? And now it finally pushes up to Tempe. Tempe's looking to play this top corner, but the clears, they just continue to come through. Tanman, once again, he's just stopped on this defense, and all the damage being dumped onto him. He doesn't want to burn his flip, and now he finds the flip. He finds it for that barrier, and now Eclipse, you have to convert off this. You have to make sure the flip is not wasted from Tan Man. He works so hard for this. He rolls forward. He's looking for this offense, but he might just not live for much longer. A great missile comes out, but Nero and Tempe, they're trying to keep it on this defense. Nero, he's looking for the strike, and he finds it to the bottom side. The flip not far enough for Nuru.
First surge. Ah, really nice there. Just gets that max range jump in, perfectly gets the corner, and something also to keep in mind, Nuro did use that flip there. So not having that flip as well is something to keep in mind. That's only one barrier!
Oh, but the second is found there, and now it's an open net. That's one barrier, soon to be two if this is played right. And the Tofu Fortress keeping him trapped in the corner, and there's that second barrier. It's open nets on both sides. Nero needs to be very careful. SMG has outplayed him multiple times before on this offense, but now he's looking to find a way to dribble around Tempe. But on this defense is Nuru and Ayuki. They're looking for these clears. The passages keep continuing forward. Nero, he has his flip in case he needs it on this defense, but it's looking really risky as nothing really seems to be going in for Eclipse, and this point just continues to stall longer and longer. And now the pass comes up to Ayuki. Ayuki's dribbling forward, looking for the barrage, and a hit stun means that Nero does not get the flip, and Flames Kittens is up 2-1.
He just gets that stun, and really nice not able, or making Nero not able to flip there. It's really strong going into set 4 here. We don't get any spark. Taman also would be last, so probably not getting another spark, even if we go to the next set here, right?
I mean, depends. He very well might if he just completely outplays the side of Flames Kittens and MVPs. He's getting that final spark. But look at this, right? The Catalyst actually completely passed up. I might have wanted to see that on Tanman just because of how much damage he's getting jumped onto him, right? But opts for the Castellas instead, maybe looking for more of these reliable confirms. But then Hotshot going over to Nero, looking for this core control. More speed actually onto Tempe. But same goes for Ayuki. Ayuki having this ego as this Kai build is actually disgusting right now.
Yeah. I mean, one thing to also keep in mind, right? We keep talking about like Tanman needing that little bit more like tankiness, but he's already level 6, right?
Yeah.
He's like so far behind because he keeps getting damaged. Maybe the Catalyst would actually be like really good play here, right? To just stay alive, keep that level, the leveling going. But at the same time, Castellast also kind of can understand that. Just getting the really nice offense.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, as you're saying, right, Castellas versus Catalyst. Yeah, I mean, yes, it also keeps him alive, but the other thing is, it just helps him build more flips, right? And we see a lot of these offenses, he's getting the core for just mere moments, and then it just goes away, right? If he gets the flips, he's able to do way more and look for way more of these kind of stylish plays that can actually result in barriers, result in goals.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, oh, really nice kill. They're just really strong on the offensive right now. Yuki really changed up the dynamic we see from the sides of Flames Kittens. It's looking really rough as well right there.
And I feel like it's not just Yuki, right? I hate to echo it again and again, but this Finny forward, oddly enough, is doing a lot of work, right? Just absolutely mixing up the Zaimi, mixing up the Finny, and, well, also helps thanks to some of that speed from Fight or Flight, even from the stacks that came in the later set. And, well, that's one barrier, maybe two, but it just gets cleared, and now it's going over the opposite side. I'm worried about a double barrier potential here, but it gets saved for now, and gets saved again. No double barrier to be found just yet, and another save means that Eclipse is able to keep this alive for a little longer. The triple take just barely times out, but now Nero, he's not in the best situation. He might just lose this barrier here. Doesn't just yet, as the side of Flames Kittens, they're the ones on the defense momentarily, but now they're pushed back onto this opposite side. The big finish, nothing to be found from it. Tanman looking to push for it. A missed Cyber Swipe means that that barrier doesn't actually fall in the end. And now it just continues to go back and forth. And there's the Ego's pop. That's an open net. This could be Flames Kittens taking game 2 right here. As the side of Eclipse tries to push forward, but nothing to be found as that nuke just clears it out. Nero has no flip left on this defense now. and Nuru looking to clear it up, looking to get it to SMG and Yuki. Yuki's posturing forward so aggressively for something, and there's
Nice
that barrier. It
barrier
falls on the
take.
opposite side. A great play out by Eclipse, and now Tanman is looking for something. The pass comes out to Tempe, and now Tanman, he has the flip. He finds the kill. He finds the goal.
And that's insanely important, right? He gets the kill, he gets a lot of XP here. He's back to level 8, he was level 5 when the set began, I think. So 3 levels gets that tankiness. Maybe now he can be a little bit more like oppressive, right? Get a little bit more close to the edges and tank a little bit more damage. As I say this, he's basically already dead.
Yeah, I mean,
but does stay alive.
yeah, one barrier though, second barrier soon to fall, I think. But no, it gets cleared out by the side of Eclipse. But if the side of Eclipse wants to win, I think Tanman, he needs to continue playing as well as he has been and maybe get this MVP and get that spark of agility for the third spark. And, well, we might not see that as this offense comes in from the opposite side. A big finish coming in. This looks almost lethal, but a great firewall sentry counter dropping it. And there's the first barrier. Second maybe falling, but a great flip out by Nuru. And now it goes down. SMG is just running past the opposing members of Eclipse. He has a full stacks. He has fight or flight. He is moving so fast.
Yuki on that offense doesn't have primary as it seems. They don't seem to get unlucky angle. Maybe would have gotten second barrier here, right? Yuki with that ego is still a little bit faster even. They do get second barrier here for Eclipse. Might just not be over.
Yeah, Tempe with some great strikes, but the one with the greatest strike of them all is Narrow as he finds another goal. We are going to 0.5 of the set 4, and if Eclipse can win, this might just be game over in favor of Eclipse.
I mean, Tamman surely has MVP, right? Because he leveled 4 levels this set. He should get it. Really nice Tofu Fortress once again.
Oh, and the flip actually
Nice
countered by the cast slash roll. Tanman, he has a flip ready. A pass just needs to come up to him, and he needs to not flub this flip. Tempe also has her own flip. This could be curtains for the side of Flameskins. A great flip, but the barrier actually falls in the end, and now Nero needs to be careful. The flip coming up at Tanman gets intercepted by Nuru. Nuru, he's keeping this defense going. SMG, he's keeping this offense going as he wins these strike wars, but now Tempe, Tanman, neither of them have flip, and there's so many flips ready on the opposite side. They could actually turn this around and win the game right here. There's a flip already burned, double flip burned on the opposite side.
Anymore!
Yeah, no flips anymore. And now Nero, Tempe, they need to get this forward. And Tanman, he needs to look for some sort of scoring opportunity. He's pushing up this top side. There's that Tofu Fortress. Nothing to do as it sends it down into the sentry drone.
The Tofu Fortress, I can't.
Tofu Fortress consumes it all.
Keeps it in the corner and then it just bounces down.
And look at Mr. MVP over here. He might just opt for the spark of agility, and this would be insane for him. Or he just goes for size. I'm not sure.
He has to take the spark. There's no other way.
Okay.
Like, more cooldown, more speed, more tankiness. Like, there's no way he doesn't take it, right?
Yeah.
Also gets timeless on Amy.
This is
Really
extra
good.
special time, let's keep that in mind, right? So it's going to come up even more. The Monu on Finny with extra special is also going to be a little scary. And the Kai with team player, you know, continuing to get these passes up to this Finny forward. Also a little scary. But I'd like to think that Tanman is pretty well equipped to do well in a lot of these fights. Yeah, he has a base speed already of 500, going to be moving really fast. The core just gets through Dubu, save Dubu as, well, that is one barrier taken in favor of Flameskins. The second, thankfully, goes right around Ayuki.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, we just look at everything, right? Everything for Eclipse, for... Oh, really nice angle for Tempe. We just look at everything, and right now, I don't think, like, there is much to do from the side of Flames Kittens, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, they have to play this well, and it looks like they are, right? They takes a second barrier, so much damage coming on into Yuki, and now Nero has to be worried about that strike wall from Nuru. Nuru doesn't really find it, but now Nero is posturing forward. He's trying to look for this goal. He doesn't really find it. This Tofu Fortress already dropped out by Tanman, and now doesn't have it for another point. But Nuru, he tries to get that top save, and he does, but the strike war is lost afterwards, and Tanman, he finds a goal.
Imagine if he had the full Sparkington, right? It would be so insane, because I think if you have all sparks, you almost always red core, right?
Not 100% sure on that, but certainly one thing he would have been doing is he would have been finding so many kills, but SMG finds the double berry. He might just find the flip. A great clear out by Nero. Strike War actually won by Tempe, but in the end, the barrage sends it in from Ayuki.
Nero just keeps that one alive for so long. Unlucky, gets scored on in the end. Right, but this is exactly what we want. Right, exactly the close games you want to see, right, in this tournament. Nero once again on the offense takes one barrier. Right, if your team doesn't take it, you just make it yourself.
Exactly right. That's one barrier falling, and the Tofu Fortress doesn't actually lock the core in for the second one. Tempe looking kind of low, has to burn that heal, and well, is still taking damage despite that. One barrier falling a piece, and now it's cleared over to that bottom side. This is not where the side of Eclipse wants it to be, but a great clear out. Tempe looking so low, the flip ready from Ayuki to take Tempe off, but actually flips and dips, and well, now takes so much damage, has to walk back for this orb. A flip burned out by Nuru. It almost gets in, but a great barrage clears it for the side of Flameskins, and now there is that open net in favor of Flameskins. They might just find it. A great pass up from Nero, sends it up. Nuru clears it. It's a kill onto Ayuki. 2v3 in favor of Eclipse. They take this barrier.
Good Tofu Fortress.
A great Tofu Fortress, right? And now it passes up to Tanman. Tempe, Tanman. They need to win these strike wars if they want to keep it alive. But SMG, he has the flip. He has it ready. Ayuki is coming back alive, and now this is a flip coming up by SMG, then right into the nuke, and Ayuki, she's looking to take it forward. The barrage coming through. Now Tempe, she's just body blocking all these attempts out by SMG, out by Ayuki, and Nero, he needs to continue sending it forward. But a boost out by Nuru takes the point.
Match point going once again to Flames Kittens, right? They had it last set as well, couldn't confirm. And we're gonna see if that's again what happens, right? You don't want to see it for Flames Kittens, but at the same time, like, Eclipse just really played this really well right here, right? They layer everything perfectly, have 2 flips on the offense, 3 flips even on the entire team, right? But you kind of also have to take them rather soon, because you can't afford to lose another goal, right?
Exactly right. As one flip burned, right, for Nero, and does lose the barrier. Despite that, that's the second barrier falling, and this could be game over as Tempe also burns her flip. Tanman needs to find a good flip, and the primary actually almost sends it in. Tanman, he's pushing forward. A great super cyber switch. That's the barrier take, but this big finish, it could go anywhere. This is really risky, and SMG, he closes out the game for Flames Kittens, and we are 1-1.
We're going 1-1 with probably one of the most entertaining games once again. Honestly, just really nicely played, right? From both sides. Flames Kittens a little bit more consistent on that side. Fini just like going really strong. Looking at the damage as well, like everybody dealt more damage on the side of Flames Kittens than on Eclipse, and you kind of already felt that, but surprisingly low amount of KOs.
Surprisingly, right? We saw a lot of damage, but I mean, the now and just, I guess, the Spark of Resilience picked up so early. The side of Eclipse was doing a generally pretty good job of staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they also got a lot of good awakenings in the end that keep them alive, right? But in the end, Tanman just couldn't stay offensive enough for like those consistent scores. Set 2 and set 4, I think, were really strong from Eclipse, but couldn't convert in the other sets. So we go in game 3. I don't know right now which map we're going on.
Game 3, I believe, is Clarion. I could be wrong on that. No, we're going Gates. Okay.
We're running Gate. Oh, that could be a really fun game.
We are entering the gated community this time. Oh yeah, I am ready.
We're entering goo territory.
Absolute goo territory, and well, I am definitely ready for it. You know what? I'm not ready for it because I am tired after those first 2 games. Holy.
Yeah, I mean, really, really strong, right? Going on to those like long sets as well. I think both games went to half an hour. It's really close games all around, and I mean, we did see already something good coming up. Eclipse did get their first game win, right?
Mm-hmm.
And would be strong if we see them get both the first win and like the first game win as well, right?
Yeah, no, that's for sure, right? Interested to see, right, if Eclipse can close this out, right, or if Flameskins is going to push up to 2-2, which would be really big for them, because if I recall, 3 Germans is sitting at 1-3 after this. The Fridge is sitting at 2-2. Flameskins would be sitting at 2-2 if they win this. And Tripod Fish is playing against Retirement Home, and well, we'll have to see who wins that.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the matchups that are coming up and what we currently have, right? This game is really important for Flames Kittens, and next game is really important for Tripod Fish, right? Looking at those last few places you can get for playoffs, right? The MCT and Fierce Fury looking posed to take those first and second places, but third almost certainly, if Retirement Home wins today, they're almost certainly going to take the third place, and going down there's like everyone else fighting for it, right?
And well, it looks like the bans this game are Vice and Dubu on a missile propulsion team player start. Kai getting picked up from, I'm assuming this is probably Eclipse, just because it was the opposite team that banned out the Dubu. So we'll have to see, right, if that is the case. We're gonna see what presumably Flameskittens answers, right?
I mean, I do assume with the banned Dubu, we're probably gonna see 10 men on the Luna. Would be really interesting, for sure, to get that one.
Right, because the Kai can also be flexed over to Tempe too, right? And we see Rune Drakar on the opposite side, so I'm almost like fully sure that this is just Flames Kittens, right? The Drakar probably going over to Nuru, and then the Rune either going to SMG or Ayuki, I'm not 100% sure.
The Atlas. It's actually going to be Kai forward on 10 men, I would assume. Estelle being picked up, Atlas being picked up. Atlas, Estelle, Kai all really good on this map, right?
So what are the chances it's like Nero on Estelle goalie with Kai midfield and Atlas forward?
I don't think...
it is a missile propulsion start.
Yeah, but... highly unlikely, I think. Highly unlikely.
And hey, we see Drakar, Aimi, Rune on the opposite side, right? That is definitely going to be very interesting as well.
We see a total of... I mean, I think every character here has been played goalie in EUSL. And I think as well, every character
has also been played midfield.
Yeah. Not sure about Atlas. Not quite sure.
At least in NA.
Yeah, I mean... pretty sure we had someone in EU surely played Atlas midfield.
Wait, no,
right?
Whistle against Fury.
Oh yeah, Whistle played it. So yeah, every character here has played midfield, has played goalie. So gotta be a really defensive game, right? Right?
Surely, right? And
surely,
well,
right?
Hey, double midfield games typically lend themselves to be games where you have a lot more passing, right? You're not really just trying to shove the core down the enemy's like throats. You're just like looking to get it around them, right? And that's what we saw last game too, right? A lot of the offense from Kai Finney wasn't just trying to push it right through the IME, it was just dribbling around the IME.
Yeah, I mean, Naro also like did really well on the defense, right?
Okay, we're going the boring route. No Atlas forward for Tan Man. It's just gonna be Tan Man Kai, and well, we have the Atlas for Nero, which is gonna be kind of nice in the sense that it is a really solid defensive goalie, especially on this missile prop start. And that Estelle Kai is, I would say, one of the better double midfield duos in the sense that both of them have relatively reliable confirms when it comes to getting barriers. And on the opposite side, let's see, it is, yeah, this SMG, Rune, and Ayuki on the IME. Oh, okay, we have 4 team players, and then the missile prop going over to Atlas. and Kai.
I mean, makes sense, right? Kind of Atlas character who really likes the missile prop. Oh, Ayuki gets nuked!
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, I really want to see how the side of Flameskins is going to use their triple team player, because they have it, right? They can go for some of these really funny team player, like, passes and then just look for these triple plays. And, well, they lose double barrier first, and Tanman and Tempe looking to stay on this offense, but one barrier does go down on their side. But SMG just continues pushing it forward, getting it up to Ayuki.
Yeah, and Rune also just covering the pot. What happened? Where did the Rune go? Where did the Rune I just praised go? Oh!
I don't know. And, well, Tanman, he finds the Giga Blast shot, and I don't know if that was the missile pop range or not, but hey, he did manage to find it.
Doesn't matter. It was a glorious angle. That's exactly what you want to see from Eclipse right now, right? From the sides of Eclipse trying to win this game. Those are the angles you really need.
Exactly, those are the angles you really need. And now Tanman, he's looking to try and get it through, getting reinforced by Nero behind him. And, well, Nero tries to send it forward once again to Tanman. This team player actually probably going to come in clutch a lot later, because this core speed is just going to be insane, especially when you have 3 of them.
Oh, Tempe.
Yeah, Tempe with a great play to take that barrier. And now Tanman, he needs to be a little careful as he's kind of low. But he takes the flip, and he actually finds the goal, the 50-50. Nuru not in position just yet.
Nuru tries to get the kill there. Or tries to get the stagger. Shoots Tanman towards the core and then it gets scored on. Kind of the opposite what you want to see. But at the same time, like, Tanman just really nice on that strike.
Yeah, I mean, just really great out by Eclipse, right? Finding a lot of these angles and already taking one barrier. It's just well played by them. And great evade from the Banish means that no barriers do actually fall. But barrier does fall afterwards, and now Ayuki's positioned for the flip, but it's actually just a really patient attempt at a clear that means that the second barrier does fall. And now SMG needs to be careful. Does get the evade off against Tanman's Giga Blast, and now it's going to a really awkward position. SMG needs to find it. Doesn't really find it just yet. But these passes, they're just going to continue to come through, and the team player, Ayuki, finds the shot.
You could see Nero standing still, trying to cast the primary, but didn't have it on cooldown. Didn't have it off cooldown, so just having to watch that core go in always looks really sad when a goalie has to watch the core go in. Oh, really nice banish. Also really nice kill before from Ayuki.
Oh, and the team player passes so good out by Flameskins, right? This is what you want to be doing with this team player, and this is what I love to see. I love when you have triple team player because you get to do stuff like this, and, well, we see it there. Doesn't really get anything just yet, but it's still an open net, right? Flameskins, they don't have to be worried about losing a goal here. They can play a little more risky with these team player passes, and it just continues to get around. Tempe just sends it forward to Tanman. It just comes back to her once more, and now it's on this bottom side, the advantageous side for the Eclipse, but no barrier still yet found, and then the passes come through. We might just see a great pillar out here, but nothing just yet, but that firewall sentry making it so risky for the side of Eclipse.
Really nice secondary there from Yuki. Getting that 2-2, right?
Yeah.
And Tanman with the pass. Tanman with the passy mode. Get orbs.
And yeah, they might just have to get orbs if they want to win this, right? Well, Tempe, Tanman, they're posturing on what I would say is probably the advantageous side for Flameskins, but they still find one barrier, maybe two if they win a great strike war, but the pass comes up to SMG. A flip coming up in narrow, sends up to Tanman. Now this is exactly where Eclipse wants to be, but no, a great Molten Bolt means that a barrier is answered on the opposite side. A second barrier, Narrow's Cosmic Expanse, not correctly timed, and this barrage so dangerous. The barrier does actually fall. Nuru not using this flip, using it now to finally get it to Ayuki. This is really bad, but SMG doesn't have to flip, he just opts to use that pillar. And now Tanman, he's regenning, he's trying to stay alive, he's trying to make sure he doesn't lose anything, but this is looking very dangerous. It just gets through and it comes down to SMG. These passes, they come through, and now this is almost doomed. A great flip out by Tempe. It comes down to Nuru, and now Tanman, he's in a great position. He's trying to look for this score, but he almost has this flip. The passing, it's walking forward as now Tempe is banished, but no cooldowns really left for SMG if he wants to push.
Really nice primary there from Yuki, covering the pass, just getting the score in. I feel like Eclipse isn't getting the lineups they want, right? They're trying to score, but then just SMG getting too much done, I feel like, on the rune with the banishes, with the vortices, right?
Yeah, and I mean, hot shot denied away from both Atlas and Estelle, but this means that Atlas gets the perfect form, Estelle gets the fighter flight. Really great picks for the side of Eclipse, and on the opposite side, what did they answer with? Explosive Entrance and Monumentalist. I guess this might just be another sparking game for Tanman, and this time, there's no other sparks in the first draft.
I mean, can be advantageous, right? For Tanman, can only be advantageous to get like less sparks in one rotation, but at the same time, probably was looking at something else. Maybe was looking at a chrono boost, Castellast, something like that, right? You kind of want to keep that speed up. And
or even that explosive entrance that was denied away from him, right? That would have been really great for him. Not just for the speed, right? Also for the Giga Blast potential, as he has been finding some great angles, even some good kills, I think, too.
I mean, yeah. I feel like in this series, people tend to stay a little bit too far on the corner, so we do get a lot of kills that, like, in quotation marks, shouldn't happen, but at the same time, like, you also have to make sure you profit of those, right? So, honestly, just really well done on both teams.
And I mean, great Strike Wars one out by Tanman, and he might just be getting sent in for that next Strike War. As now we see a great flip coming out by Nero, pass up to Tanman, and SMG is taken off the map. A great team player pass out by Tempe means that it goes right down to Tanman, forcing out the flip from Nuru, and then Nuru tries to clear it up to Ayuki. The flip missed out by Tempe, but it's still a 2v3 for now, and they find it as Tanman. He once again gets this Strike War.
Yeah, really nicely done. Tempe just strikes it onto Neuro, and Tanman covering, just waiting for the strike when Neuro strikes it, because he eventually has to, right? So all you have to do as Tanman right there, just wait patiently until it's your time to strike. Literally.
Exactly, and there's that double barrier, well found out by Flameskins. No barriers found in response, and now Nero's in not best position. A great evade out by Tanman means that he's not in any risk of dying there and is able to take that next barrier for free. Now, Tempe trying to push forward. These team player passes looking really dangerous. A great expanse means that the core just does not go in just yet. Another great strike war out by Tanman. He's been winning so many of these, and now is looking for that barrier. Doesn't really just find it yet. And now it just continues to feed up that top side. This is exactly where Eclipse wants to continue keeping it, but maybe just not yet. It might not find this barrier, as the defense from the side of Flameskins is so good.
They keep the barrier alive really well, right? Tanman goes a bit more aggressive, can't go for that healing. Might have been a bit advantageous to get it, but at the same time, like, makes sense to get the barrier.
Oh. And unfortunately, right, not much you can do in that situation, right? The great, great Firewall Sentry coming out from Ayuki, but the clear up to SMG means that he gets a free shot.
Yeah. I mean, right now, they're doing a really good job. Flames Kittens, I mean, they're doing a really good job with using those abilities to just, like, cover all the escape paths Eclipse does have. Right, they're really good on the offense right here at the same time, but not quite getting the goals they need.
Exactly, not really getting these goals, but on the other side, Eclipse, a great pass up by Tanman, and as Nuru tries to clear a great blink from Tempe, and Tempe does find that goal, and now the side of Eclipse, they want to take the set back. They want to make sure that Flameskins isn't able to run away with the game.
Yeah, they just need that little bit more. Get the double barrier take here. Really nice barrier taken from Nero with the flip. Team player maybe a bit too fast for them, right there.
Yeah, sometimes, right? Not expecting when it team players versus when it doesn't. And, well, the side of Ayuki trying to get it down to his bottom side, maybe team playering. And the team player just so powerful, right? I'm looking for any other power, but it looks like none of them just have power. It's just raw team player passes.
I mean, it is like team player strike into team player strike, so it makes sense that they get like the double boost and that it goes red, and then after that it just stays red in quotation marks. And I feel like they're just doing a really nice job keeping that up, right?
Exactly, and well, the side of Eclipse, they need to find a way to get past it, and the way they get past it might just be out of their good strike wars that they continue to find, or this flip, as Tempe flips, doesn't really get anything, as a great 3-man layered strike comes out from the other side, and now Tempe needs to be really careful, doesn't die to Ayuki as she tries to blink, but this corner, it's so hard to get it out. But there it is, there's that team player pass, it just continues to come down, and the flip, an awkward angle, it does send it back to Ayuki, but the side of Eclipse, they can continue to go on this offense now.
Looks like they're really even right here, right? You need to find a way to get it past Nuru like that, for example, to get those barriers, to make sure he doesn't get like that defensive flip, that he gets to keep the defense going.
And I mean, they find that barrier. It's open nets on both sides. The flip coming out through the portal, and Ayuki, she still has a flip of her own. And where does this go? It goes to the bottom side. Nero guessing wrong and isn't able to get it. Flameskins is up 2-0 in sets.
Nicely covered the flip there as well with the primary, right? Didn't even notice that that Yuki striked it because the primary just looked like just, I say, normal. In reality, there was a core hidden inside.
Yeah, and I mean, unstoppable, pretty big for Nuru. It means he can't be hit stunned by the Estelle now. But prime time on the opposite side is also pretty big. The spark actually denied away, and this is a really big spark to deny, I think. But Castellast Egoist also taken up. I don't know how I feel about the Castellast pickup on Tanman. Yes, I mean, it's a good deny away from the rune. But I also feel like just going Knife's Edge might have been really great on Tanman.
Yeah, but then again, we can't forget that Tanman kind of has a bad relationship with the edge, so maybe just wants to let that rest, because he does kind of stay too close to the edge sometimes. Maybe just doesn't want to keep that going, right?
I mean, I don't think it would stop, right? It's just, if you're staying near the edge, you might as well make use of it. And, well, he does make use of it as he does find one barrier there, but maybe not a second. A great strike where one out by Nero means the goal doesn't fall just yet. But the side of Eclipse, they need more. They need to figure out a way to surmount the defense of Flames Kittens, and there they do. That's one barrier found. Tempe looking to push forward for the second one. This fight or flight speed doing so well for her. A pass up to Tanman and a perfect strike. Nuru has to burn the shotgun, and it's only because of the shotgun that he finds it. Now Tanman, he's looking really low. He could just get flipped off. A great Celestial intervention intervening with the attempts of their kill. And there's a flip out by Ayuki. A clear out by Nero. Goes right to SMG, but it's actually saved by that strike ward. But the team player pass doesn't actually find it just yet. And now it's the Egoist that's popped. Tanman, he was looking for the Giga Blast kill.
Oh
and
no!
There it
SMG.
is. It's the pillar SMG. You can't do that.
He can, and he did. You shouldn't.
Unfortunately, he did.
However.
Yeah, SMG, it's alright. We all get our moments. And, well, that is one barrier taken now on the opposite side. But this offense looking so good for Flames Kittens. And what's not looking good is the defense on the opposite side, as that flip is burned kind of haphazardly.
Tanman right here has the flip. Needs to use this one efficiently, right?
Exactly, and a great pass out by Tempe. Tries to get it up to Tanman for this barrier, but Tanman, he doesn't want to flip for the barrier. He wants to make sure it's saved for the goal. And I feel like, yeah, it is pretty important to save that, but it's just, you kind of have to take what you can get. Because I think it is much easier to deal with this open goal against the Drakkar.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta flip for that barrier. There are maps where it's just better because, like for example, on Oni Village, it's easier to defend the one barrier than to defend the goal, and I kind of feel like that's the same for Obscura, right? Where you kind of want that barrier to be gone, to have like the potential portal play to go off, right?
Exactly, and well, we see it coming out to Tempe, and there's that barrier. Tanman finally uses the flip, but really for nothing, and now Ayuki gets the barrier in return. Tanman looking for this goal attempt, but now in this open net, these team player passes, they don't even need to come in, as a Strike Wars won out by Ayuki, and now they're on series points.
They're on match point, series point, about to 3-0 Eclipse. Yeah, I mean, we saw greatness in game 1. We saw greatness in game 2 right now. I feel like they're kind of dropping. They're kind of dropping what they've shown so far. But at the same time, like the moment Yuki like subbed in, right, for Brack, I feel like the team just got a lot more coherent and they just got everything that they wanted.
Yeah, but I mean, we talk about that, but it's an open net on the side of Eclipse, and this is really bad. The flip missed out by Ayuki, but still no flips on the opposite side. Narrow finally gets his, but Tanman is looking so low. A great Giga Blast by Tanman, but he's going to pay for it with his life. Maybe not, actually. He lives for the time being, and is only finally now taken off. Now Tempe has to kind of 1v2 this midfield, but no, it just gets right past, and now Narrow, he has to figure out a way on this defense. Flips, just goes for the guaranteed flip, but it just comes right back to him. This is really bad. The team player pass, and Flames Kittens, they find it 2-1 over Eclipse.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate for Eclipse. But honestly, they've shown what they can do. But like at the same time, like Flames Kittens just playing better in the end, right? Getting that substitution in, and really making the difference here.
Exactly, really being that difference maker, Ayuki, right? And we see it again, right? 7 goals, finding it. And I think Ayuki might just be one of the, I guess, big pillars of Flames Kittens, right? And showing exactly why she is that starting player.
Yeah, kind of sad to see Eclipse get this close to winning and then getting 3-0'd, right? Always feels a little bit of unsatisfying. You could have done so much more, and in the end, you just barely didn't make it.
Okay, well, with that, I think that about ends us for the third series. One thing I will mention for everyone, there is a slight chance we might be able to fix up production and we might be able to get our normal overlay going, but that might require a stream restart, so just don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back in just a few minutes. And welcome back to more EUSL Week 4. We are back with Tripod Fish versus Retirement Home, right? Map draft already done, right? We got Clarion Test Chamber, Atlas Lab, and potentially IMEZAP. I'm back once again with Immaculator. How's it going?
It is going beautifully. We just come out of a really long, really nice series, right? And we're gonna go into a really long, really nice series right now as well. This time with production quality, finally. Things are happening.
Yeah, once again, back with our usual side of things. I believe we are going to be getting into character draft relatively soon. So I think the players are just prepping themselves and, being ready for this. I'm excited to see what we'll have here.
I mean, first map, Clarion Test Chamber, I do think we've seen it today, right? I think it was played in EMCT against 3 Germans, otherwise not really. One of the maps that did get into the pool, right? With Inky and AmiSep as well. I don't think we've seen either Inky's nor AmiSep today.
Yeah, I guess so. People are just scared, right? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I want to see some nice Inky Splash Zone gameplay. I like that map. It's fun.
I want my Atlas Taiko Oni back. EU is mad.
No. We're not getting all Atlas Oni Taiko, bro. That is boring. I want to see more Inkies, more Aten, funny stuff like that. Bring us to About Face. I don't know. The corner pocket, something. I don't know.
I mean, I'm full for getting something cooking right now, honestly, right?
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the draft, right? Monumentos Egoist Kai band answered with the Now ban against Retirement Home, and then that's Estelle picked up, I guess, for Lila. Paired up with Luna Julie, right? The Luna actually falling over to Atsuro. And on the opposite side, we have Atlas, Juno, Kazan. And this Kazan pick, I'm actually interested to see who's going to be piloting it. It's probably going to be Ven, but I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, going by roles, I would say it is probably going to be Donkers. Because I do, I feel like... Donker... Actually, wait, yeah, it's Juno. Donkers is really known for the Juno, right? Surely they won't misdirect us.
Surely not, right?
Surely they won't pull a fridge and put Asher goalie.
I mean, maybe. Who knows? Right. Well, we'll have to see. But once again, Atsuro's signature Luna. Right. I want to see how well she can pilot that.
I mean, speaking from experience, pretty well. Question is if we're gonna see that today as well. Because I'm pretty sure it's not really like a question if she can play it. It's more of a question if she's getting to play it, right? That's the more important part.
I mean, this game she is. So it just depends on if she'll be denied the presence, right?
Yes. We said the same thing 3 times now. No, but it's gonna be interesting to see how everything shakes out, right? Probably gonna be on that. We're probably gonna see that Egoist, I think it was, right? Surely it was Egoist.
Yeah, it's probably Egoist. There's no way it's Monumentalist, right?
I mean, would be fire. Would be really fire.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay. Yeah, looks like we are getting some restart going on. I believe it's a name hide situation, right? So we are fixing that, and we will be back in just a moment.
SMH. How dare they delay the game by 30 seconds?
And we are getting to 8:20. It looks to be the case, but hey, we will be fine.
We will be fine. Surely.
All right, home Fish. Let's get us started. And I feel like coming into this season, Fish was probably regarded to be somewhere around the same level of tier, but starting themselves off, they have not looked that convincing. You know, I think already losing to TMCT, I believe losing to Flames Kittens as well afterwards, and taking some surprisingly close, at least from most people's point of views, you know, coming into the start of the season, games against Eclipse, right? So we'll have to see, can they even stack up to Retirement Home, who's looked overall really clean so far this season, or are they going to falter?
I mean, to be fair, like looking at how the league is currently shaping out, right? We can already look at somewhat of a trend going on. If Tripod Fish doesn't manage to win this game, they're already 1-3, which is like already really unfortunate for them. And I do think they also still play Fierce Fury, right? Which is another hard matchup. So kind of they have to find the pickup here against Retirement Home, but they've been like really showing what they can do, right? They have been really consistent in getting those wins. So it's gonna be interesting to see how everything goes on. Open barrier or open goal rather for the side of Fish, and Venom really just keep staying low. Yeah, just really good offense there.
Yeah, I mean, really great offense coming out by Retirement Home. And yeah, unfortunate Cosmic Expanse out by Fozy. Venom is still level 1. I mean, about to tick over to level 2 and may just with this strike here. Unfortunately, still not level 2, but once this Kazan hits level 2, there's a chance things could change for quite the better for the side of Tripod Fish. Now he ticks over to level 2, and that's one barrier taken second. Maybe falling with the Ego is not really 2 flips burned, and, well, no second barrier to be found just yet. Donker's looking to play down this bottom side and maybe look for an Egoist proc himself and trying to push forward for an offense for Fish.
Yeah, I mean, now that Venom is level 2 here, right, he has more of the opportunities, almost dies from the dash punch, barely stays alive. Also went for the Vambrace to just get that little bit of healing down against the damage that the Luna, that the Estelle, and obviously Juliet are going to do, which makes sense, right?
Ooh, and a great clear found out by the side of Fish, and another great flip actually keeping the core forward. A self-pass out by Donkers into the flip, a great play out by the Juno, finds that second barrier, and now Fozy continues to clear up this bottom side. A pass up to Donkers on this top side. Atsur, she's built up her flip, looking for some sort of offense here, pushing up and trying to find a pass. No pass to be found, and that the Cosmic Expanse actually goes right past it, and Zoe is postured for this flip. A lot of damage coming in on her means that she won't be able to find any of these dash punch attempts. A great slime, and that forces out the flip out by Atsuro. Again, another flip. And now it just comes down to this bottom side. A great defense again from Fish. They keep holding it, and now so much damage popping on that opposite side. Atsuro looking for the pass down to Lila. These passes, they come through, and they're just not being intercepted nearly as much as they should be by Home. And now Home, they're looking for a play, but unfortunately a slight misposition means that Venom finds the goal.
Yeah, Venom just gets that core in. Nice pressure from both sides, right? A little bit of an awkward bounce from that car map right there, from the old side streets, and makes it so that both teams lose barriers, but in the end, Tripod Fish just makes sure that they get it. Fozy with a nice defensive flip here, keeps both barriers alive with it.
Yeah, they do manage to keep both barriers alive, but not for long as that first barrier falls. Maybe the second here, a flip being burned out by Venom. Trying to send it around the slime, but it's a really awkward angle. Nothing can be found yet, and a great clear continues to come out by Fish, but Zoe, she's posturing for this flip, and she very well will find it. And now Lila, she's walking forward with the flip. The Atlas res, keeping him alive and actually making sure he stays alive for long enough. And now Donkers has an ETOS proc ready. Zoe falls off the map. Donkers pushing forward. The barrier falling. And now Atsuro, she's the one pushing forward with this flip as Lila waits behind. She doesn't need to teleport back as the flip makes sure the core goes in.
Really nice movement there. Sees the opportunity with the flip, right? Just goes forward. Really nice angle as well on the score. So basically nothing Fozzy can do there. Just really nice play.
Yeah, really nice play. I mean, when you're an Atlas sitting on the top side, not much you can do against that cross-map flip. And, well, Zoe looking really big. This might just be cause for concern as a dash punch could come in that would be really lethal. Donker is jumping away from the damage, but the dash punch still just finds it anyway. The size doing wonders for Zoe. And now in a 2v3, Fish have to find a way to defend this in the strike force. They just continue to be getting one, and a great boost in means that Lila might be able to look for a confirm, and Fozzy, unfortunately, does it again as he flubs the Cosmic Expanse.
Second time that happens. Really unfortunate. Has to make sure that doesn't happen too often, right? As we do see good awakenings coming up, Adrenaline Rush, Rapid Fire might both be something you want to look at on the side of home. Timeless Creator makes sense, team player as well. Just reasonable pickups. Kazan kind of has to take the spark here, yeah. And Juno probably just takes Super Search or Siege Machine, one of the two, to get that little bit of more pressure.
Hey, Surge is a really great pickup here, and well, the other thing, I would argue maybe just the biggest thing to keep in mind here is the Adrenaline Rush on Zoe, right? Zoe is one of the most kill-hungry Julies that I have kind of seen at this level, and well, when you have a kill-hungry Julie like that, giving them Adrenaline Rush means that you have a win con now, if nothing else.
I mean, I don't think it's just kill-hungry Julie, I think it's just kill-hungry player. Because she has the record for most KOs by almost doubling everyone in Season 1, right? So that's certainly something to keep in mind. You kind of don't want to get Zoe on that potential like setup that brings you to get almost the good amount of damage in there. And right now they're keeping Zoe like kind of low. But at the same time, she still gets enough for that Egoist and gets 2 orbs to save herself.
2 orbs, but there it is. She finds the dash punch flip, and that's the Adrenaline Rush proccing. Just using the speed to close the distance, but Donkers, he continues to keep the core forward. It just actually goes right around, but a pass comes down to Lila. And now the core tries to feed up this bottom side as Venom respawns. There's that barrier, it's found, but no gold to be found just yet. And now Donkers Venom, they're trying to push forward as a great dash strike means that the pass comes up to Donkers, and the flip is late as Donkers wins the strike war.
Flip a little bit too late there, not being able to defend the goal. But at the same time, we should keep in mind like the Egoist will somewhat mitigate such flips, right? Because you do keep a lot of that energy that you did expand, so kind of not as bad as it would be otherwise.
Exactly, and now Lila, she's the one with the flip. She's trying to get this core forward, but the great defense still out by Fozzy, making sure this core doesn't touch this barrier yet. And now that first barrier does fall. 2 flips on this bottom side. Zoe's pushing for it, finds that second barrier, and is now pushing for the gold. A slight misclear means that it's stuck on this bottom side, but Lila is okay with that as she has a flip and is ready for the offense.
Yeah, I mean, they do keep the pressure well on Zoe, so she can't do what she wants, but at the same time, I don't think she really needs to do what she wants. She just needs to keep doing what she's doing right now. They keep getting the barriers, and eventually they will score once they get a good setup, right? With Lila having flip as well, choosing not to use it quite yet. Really
yeah, unfortunately, the evade clear attempt not good enough from Fozzy. Zoe sets it up so well and finds it with the flamethrower.
Yeah, I mean, just as per usual, Zoe really good on that confirming goals on Julie. Kind of her staple pick, right? Not as treasured by most players from what I've seen.
I mean, we
Double
saw
flip,
last game.
no
We saw-
hits.
Yeah, we saw the double flip, no hits last game, and last game it was really costly for the team who lost the double flip, but this time it might just not be, as the side of home, they try to keep it forward, and well, you know, when double flip doesn't work, maybe you just have to do a triple flip. Yeah, triple flip is always an option.
Eventually, if you flip more, often enough, eventually one will find the goal, right?
And I mean, it's pretty viable on an egoist start. You can flip enough, right? And well, you do flip enough, but on the opposite side, we do have one barrier taken for Fish, and they do get the second one. A great offense coming up with Venom, and now we need to see this passing play. The boost already burned by Atsuro. This is really bad for the Luna if the side of Juno Kazan can look for these redirects, but a pass intercepted crucially by Zoe, and now the side of Juno and Kazan, they're not in the best of situations.
They were just both hovering on that center, Kazan and Julie, right? Hoping for that orb. In the end, Julie gets it, but not much getting out of it, except for the flick for Donkers. But as we said before, a flip doesn't mean as much on an egoist start as it would otherwise.
Exactly, and well, we see pretty much 3 flips ready for the opposite side. This set is kind of all but over as Lila pushes it forward, gets the flip on by Zoe for the Adrenaline Rush proc. Donkers tries to jump in, but nothing to be found. The Flame Further used to just dribble. The flip out by Fozy actually sends it cross map, which means Atsuro does have to clear it and gets it back up to Lila and Zoe. But Venom does respawn, but it doesn't matter as Zoe finds the dash punch.
So it's just too big, both in game and out of game right now. Just getting the kills where she needs to. Gets into the perfect position. Beautiful 3 months done with that dash punch.
And rewarded for it with the Egoist Catalyst, right? Pretty insane pickup. The Atlas does opt for the missile propulsion in response, but Luna still gets Twin Drive, right? A great pickup for this Luna. And stacks for Juno has potential, but it is still risky. But the Kazan getting size, this could be good for him.
Yeah, but at the same time, I do think you kind of wanted to look at the spark on Venom's side, right? Get the second spark, win set, get MVP, get the third spark in the best case, but they kind of don't have a choice right now.
Yeah, I think it really is just, you gotta play for now, because if you play for later, you don't have the power to win now, right? And how are you gonna do that? So, because of that, he does opt for the size, because it is an option that'll let him win more now, and well, Atsuro gets a great strike force, surprising that it was actually won against Venom there. And now, there's the flip, there's the punch kill, and there's the goal for Zoe.
You should never give Zoe Catalyst, Egoist, and Adren. She's just gonna walk all over you. Literally.
Yeah, quite literally, and well, we saw her use that flip right at the end of the set, and she's already halfway to the next flip. Absolutely disturbing, the Catalyst Egoist build. And this is a Julie, right? Imagine if this is a Zentaro. Zentaro would already have this flip, right? But
Twice.
of course, Julie will be kind of making use of it a little better with this dash punch flip stuff, right? And there it is, the Flame Flurry already building up this flip, right? Zoe is ready to use on this offense, whether for a kill or for the goal, and Fozy is taken so low, the orb denied away from him, and well, he has regened back up, but not the best really for Fozy.
Zoe trying that flip, didn't manage to get too much out of it. But at the same time, as we said before, almost back up with flip, right? Halfway done.
Oh, I mean, a great combo out of the side of home, right? Lila recognizing that, or rather Zoe recognizing that Lila was going to flip and layer something, so she just layers the dash punch, which makes it so that no abilities can come out. Lila flips, and then she's able to safely layer her own abilities because no abilities are able to intercept.
I mean, they're called retirement home, but the only place they're sending the enemies is the retirement home right now. They're not coming from there, making sure everyone else is getting there safe and sound right now. Not showing like any signs of slowing down right now.
Exactly, and well, they do lose their double barriers, but they're still taking some on the opposite side. But Aluna in this situation is really not one you want to be in. And Wow, okay, Atlas does fall, and now it's a 2v3 in favor of Retirement Home. They take this barrier. They might just take the game off of this. And wow, a swift 3-0 for Retirement Home.
Yeah. I mean, kind of what we could have expected, getting 3 people on probably the worst characters. Maybe Lyle not as much, but at the same time, like, this was just pure domination. Just entirely getting diffed on all positions, in my opinion.
Yeah, and well, that is Retirement Home taking a dominant game over the side of Tripod Fish. And well, if this is how things are going, we might be done really quickly, and Tripod Fish might very soon fall down to 1-3. And I don't think that's where Tripod Fish want to be. Although, bear in mind, Tripod Fish's remaining games are against 3 Giants, Fierce Fury, and the Fridge, right? So we'll have to see, because some of those games are getting must-wins for them if they want to make it to the playoffs. And as it stands, with how dominant Fierce Fury has been looking, despite their loss to TMCT, it does look like Tripod Fish might need some sort of 3 and 4 3-way tie if they don't clean up their act in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of have to win this if they want to keep, like, a safe goal. But at the same time, doesn't look like it right now, really. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna pick everything up, right? And sadly, I won't be here to cast the next games or next game brackets S in case Tripod Fish wins the next game. So I'm gonna give it over to another beautiful caster. Just making sure that Ether isn't being kept alone. He does get scared then.
Just a little bit, but with that in mind, we will be off to a very short break as we do a caster swap, and we'll be right back. Hello, welcome back. After a short break, we have returned with myself and not Immaculator, but Mystery Caster. Introduce yourself.
Hi. I came back from block 1. I was needed, so I came back. Hi guys. I can't wait to lose again. I can't keep losing money, man.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Kirikin is back in once again, and well, you may have said, egoist start, it's fun, right? Well, we got it
Wait
back
a minute.
again! Atlas Lab, egoist built different, right?
Oh
Kai band
no.
away, Luna band away, Estelle once again going over to retirement home, Juno Zentaro on the opposite side, and Atlas this time not falling to Fozy. So I'm interested to see what Fozy is going to pick up here. And then the Atlas, I guess, going over to Atsuro. And is this just going to be Zoe Julie once again?
Probably Zoe Julie yet again. I can't. It's low key. It's so good. Gotta see it again. Therefore, if we see it again, then it's there we go. Zoe Julie. It's going to be a fun game. Oh my god. You guys both different is a good start. I think we had to start last time. I don't remember what game.
I mean, we'll see, right? I wouldn't be surprised if everyone just goes egoist, right? I think Fish is kind of sick of it after dealing with Zoe's egoist Julie last game, which also had Catalyst and Adrenaline Rush. Insanely brutal. But this is a Dubu, I guess, coming in for Fozy. That's interesting. I have not really seen the Fozy Dubu much. I think he has played it earlier this season, but I could be wrong.
Was he Dubulor? Kind of fun. Can't wait to see it, cause Dubu, my beloved. Especially on Atlas Lab too. What a great pick. So real.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is not going to be Dubu forward, right? No Tan Mans in the game today.
Oh wait, yeah, I mean, yeah. Dubu goalie it's still good though. No worries.
Hey, it's still good, but yeah, we'll have to see. We are, I believe, starting to load into game. The Estelle Julie did show itself to be a really powerful comp last game because a lot of great confirms came out from Lila Zoe. They had so much good layering with a lot of their abilities, right? And I do want to see more of that from them.
Yeah, layering with just layering abilities, like again, pretty good. Game changing, even revolutionary, just because if you're able to get a strikeout and then use an ability, and then you have someone else covering for you that they use an ability, then it's just free game. And I don't know, last game, were there any like I think there were massive KOs then. It's just being able to convert. Like we saw from game 1 and game 2, or at least series 1 and series 2, where every team got like a bunch of KOs and the losing team just wasn't able to convert half their power plays, which will be needed because if you can't convert, then you're screwed. But with this egoist and build different start, we're gonna be seeing almost everyone going egoist here. But Miami opting for the siphoning one built differently. So we're gonna see how this comes into play early.
Yeah, I mean, oddly enough, I guess opting for the build different over the egoist, wanting this size to maybe take more strike wars. But hey, we'll have to see if that actually ends up paying off, or if the lack of having a third Energy Awakening does end up biting him in the butt. But he does get the second barrier, and hey, that size might be the difference maker as he finds an EI Rush completely covering that angle and takes out Atsuro for the goal.
Yeah, Venom, great dash into that. Kind of just, again, covering every angle and even staying in the corner just to get that Yaoi rush in, and great showing by Tripod Fish in this first game so far, but let's see if the retirement home can bounce back from this, as they do give it one barrier with Venom. Whip Flip does burn the flip though, trying to get it out of Fozy's Dubu wall, but Fozy pushed out means that he will be losing both barriers here. Lila taken down to a really low stack. Let's see if we can do anything here with Zoe just ulting in and also getting from the process, not burning it, but knows that they can confirm it and therefore scores the first point.
Yeah, Fozy with a really unfortunate steppy roll there, as it just kind of goes right past the core, and it's like eject goalies doing their walk of shame, except this is even worse, as, well, you're just a big old Dubu walking back, and, well, that feels bad, and despite that, I think the side of Fish is not too disappointed, as they have been playing relatively alright otherwise, as they do take one barrier, and maybe soon to be two.
Yeah, one barrier coming down the side of Fish also as Zoe does flip forward and gets the first barrier, but still looking really low means that she won't be here for the converting momentum play actually, as Venom Yami with flip does burn it though, finds no value while Donkers trying to keep it back down. Atlas Orb goes down here, and again looking like a really interesting game here as both brawlers are, well, not both brawlers, but one of the fours on each team are both low. Lila with flip ready. You see if they can come up the offensive here, enables the power play by killing the Zentaro there. We're gonna be seeing how they can convert here.
Yeah, I mean, great strikes out by Donkers, does find the second barrier, and a great blob bounce as Donkers takes it straight through. No flips being burned by either side in that situation, surprisingly enough.
I mean, that actually, well, that might not be good for them as they're down one, as the retirement home is down one play, but still have their flip up ready to go. That could have been safe potentially, but I think that if F-Zero flipped, then Donkers might have had a retaliating flip, which is kind of cool, but retaliating flip isn't even needed because F-Zero does die there, which means that her flip is now nullified, and the Fish are back on a power play here as Lila F is left to defend the goal box. Zoe getting the flip off, not even getting the flip off, but dropping her own flip, and unfortunately getting no value out of it either means that Donkers and Venom Yami are up to take away a set as they're getting in on the corner pass.
Yeah, I mean, Donkers' signature Juno gets a great self-pass, and even better passes coming out of the members of Tripod Fish as it just goes right to Venom Yami, and Venom Yami takes the first set. We are seeing a complete 360, or complete 180 from last game as they are looking so good, and, well, 1-2 punch is available, but look at that, the Catalyst. And I feel like this is the worst possible outcome because the only person with Egoist, or without Egoist, is first pick.
Yeah, Venom not being able to really deny Julie here, but you don't need to deny Julie when you give Donkers Hotshot here. Game-changing awakening for the Juno here. And honestly, I think that even though Catalyst Egoist falls down to Zoe, I think that Tripod Fish overall wins this draft just because you have two insane awakenings that completely change the trend of this game, just because you have a dash awakening on Venom being able to cover more angles, and Donkers having Hotshot means that it's just free game and so much damage is coming out, especially on Lila, who is staggered and taken off the map here, and the power play goes again. The passing play works and it gets past Atsura.
Yeah, Fishy Fandango coming out from this pair of forwards as they just send it right past the defensive retirement home. They want to accelerate the game just as the core is accelerated by hot shots.
Yeah, that core accelerating means a lot of great things on the side of Tripod Fish here, just because, again, red core is the name of the game. If you red core, then surely the opponents will be caught off guard by it. And speaking of getting caught off guard here, you have Venom taking a little bit low here, even staggered, having to walk back, and Zoe, I think, is hunting for the kill, getting ready to kill Venom. She does find the kill though. With flip though, which is unfortunate, means that, and both KOs actually, holy crap.
Yeah, both brawlers falling off the map, right? That flip meaning, or that kill actually meaning that there's no flip for Zoe anymore. And now Donker's looking for these dribbles, looking for these passes. They're just trying to take it slow, take it clean, and just get it past the members of retirement home. And they very well might. A good set of dribbles just coming up at Donkers. He's so patient as he's just waiting for the defense to crumble. Fozy burning everything on the opposite side, trying to kill Zoe. Doesn't really get it. And we'll have to see if that does end up kind of backfiring.
And backfire does as Venom Yummy falls right back off the map again. But Donker's doing everything, getting the Juno jump off, taking the second barrier here. And with that Egoist, he is looking to be on the kind of the winning side of an interaction sort of, because he's still almost, he basically has half of his flip up. And with Hotshot too means that he's able to send it red core. And since it's overtime, red core is where the core lives. As Zoe flips to the opposite side, takes the first point for retirement home in this set.
Yeah, the Egoist speed being just barely enough to get Zoe into range before Fozy can strike it. And I think Fozy just thinking that, oh, I can probably strike it before she gets into range, but unable to, and wow, that's a great double barrier out by Lila. Now, we'll have to see if Fish can turn this back or if the momentum is completely swung.
I think the momentum is still kind of there, just because you guys thought flip up, but honestly, flip might not be enough as Fozy is taking a lot of damage here, having to win the 50-50 here. Doesn't win the 50-50, but Venom for great ult means that the core is safe, but Zoe with the Egoist proc means that she can flip in. and that's a second point here.
Unfortunately, Fozy, these rolls are really not cutting it. Venom having to save him with that Oni's Blade, but still just not enough. Now, we'll have to see. This hotshot's still putting in a lot of value, and it is what's getting them some of their barriers. But we don't really see much of that passing anymore. They're just not being put into positions where they can pass. And once again, we see that as we see these confirms coming in from Zoe and Lila. And now double barriers fallen, and we might see a 3-1 set answered for Retirement Home. No barriers still taken in that situation. And now even Atsuro is starting to push up and looking for some sort of play.
I mean, pushing up with the play might be very, very influential here, as Donkers and Venom both have a flip up. Let's see how they use it here. But anyways, Venom does use the flip to kill Lila. But again, I think you see early, but Zoe is using slick kicks instead of the normal palmers on Julie. And if she had palmers on Julie, I think that would have killed Venom there. But still, the amount of effort that they are putting into just running core control is actually paying off here, as they've taken an early start, sort of.
Yeah, they have taken an early start, and Zoe, she needs to be very careful with her own life, but a missed strike almost costed it, as a great strike war win out by Fozy, but this is not where you want to be. A great strike shot out by Fozy, saves it for the time being, and a great friend fling as Donkers ties up the points for Tripod Fish.
Yeah, and Fozy, an awesome save. Just that has to be a clip, honestly. Just Fozy with a great save from Zoe, who was about to just dash it in. It was really a good play. And back to the drawing board here for the Retirement Hub, as one barrier falls on the side of Tripod Fish, getting ready to score again and possibly score again. Asura with flip pushing up, gets one, and unfortunately Venom Yami dies, starting another power play. But honestly, Fozy might be looking comfortable with a flip up. He does burn the flip though, finds no value, but it's all good as Zoe does proc her Egoist, looking for something to get it done, as Donkers is trying to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, Donkers trying to keep the pressure, but the pressure's on the opposite side as Zoe is postured with this flip, but it actually gets saved out by Fozy. Now Donkers has a flip on the opposite side, burns it after getting hit stun by the Expanse, but Lila's looking pretty low. The Celestial Intervention coming in and bringing her to an okay amount of HP. Donkers needs to be very careful, doesn't have the jump for an evade against Zoe's dash punch, but Zoe's postured. A great stun out by the Dubu, and there's an open net now. It's in favor of Tripod Fish. Tripod Fish looking for this offense, but there is a flip ready for Atsuro in case she wants to either kill Venom or look for that defense. It just goes onto that opposite side. A great Flame Flurry, that's barrier open on both sides. Now we're gonna have to see which team will end up closing out the set. Is the side of Tripod Fish taking this up 2-0, or is Retirement Home answering back? A great roll comes down and now passed down to Venom Yami. Zoe, she has this Egoist, she has the flip, she might just find the point. No, it's saved out by Tripod Fish. Tripod Fish continue this offense. What a great pass! The team player coming in from Lila, I think, and Zoe finds it.
And again, just a great set in general from both teams there, showing that they are going to be fighting for this, for every last point here. And this draft is looking really bad right now. Julie getting the perfect form just means that she gets to hit more, and boom, she just has infinite cooldowns.
Yeah, that perfect form going to be absolutely brutal, but the Deadeye, I think, is actually going to be kind of fun, because this means it becomes even easier to red core during normal time, right? Because of where you position, you can make these slimes red core, I believe, and, well, stacks on the opposite midfield are going to be no slouch, but that is 2 sparks on Atsuro.
Yeah, 2 sparks on Atsuro will be looking very, very threatening here, especially since she has the speed spark, means that she can easily push up and deliver that third offensive pressure ability. Especially since she's pushed up in the midfield like how she is right now, but being pushed in the midfield means that she will be giving up the first barrier here, as she's a little bit too far away to reach it. And Juno's Slime just being the menace the edge of society, taking a second barrier away. And it's looking like another great play for Tripod Fish to end it.
Yeah, great evade out there by Venom Yami, makes sure that he stays alive, and Donkers just dribbling. Donkers, he is absolutely egoing the enemies and makes a great play out of it.
Egoing has Egoist. This guy is chilling, honestly. And Venom Yami, just want to note that he picked up the Unstoppable, I think, I think it was last pick, so this might just end up being just like maybe a Comfort Awakening just so he doesn't get abused by the Atlas or the Julie, just because he has been getting dash punched a little bit. But honestly, dash punching doesn't really matter if you can just take all the barriers for fun.
I mean, Fozy almost got an insane strike shot against Atsuro. Atsuro having to burn that flip in response. That's one barrier taken. Zoe looking for the second as she continues to push up this corner, as she really does well. And now Venom, he has the flip. He's looking for that top corner, and he finds it.
And Venom just fighting the gap in the defense, getting it right past Zoe, who I think lost the strike board to the passive special, which is special strike, which is unfortunate. And another thing to note is that Zoe and Lila have both been switching sides here. And it might be a good, and it might not be working out for them as Donker tries the first barrier with flip ready with the Ego's proc, getting ready to shove it in some way or another, getting the red core all over with Answer with the Sad Boys angle, clear to the backside here. Zoe also has her flip ready, and also has the Ego's prop gone now. And we're looking at another very, very chaotic game as Donker sent to the bottom side, just a second barrier, but no goal found here. But Zoe and Lila both almost having a flip up, having both of, well, having 2/3 of her bar filled, almost 3 bars filled, as Donkers with a great dash sends it to the bottom side. 2-1 for Tripod Fish.
And I mean, Donkers putting on an absolute clinic that set, and probably rewarded with something like, yeah, the Rapid Fire, the Fight or Flight, both really great. And yeah, I don't think you ever take, I mean, the Spark of Focus is pretty bad to give over, but I don't think you deny it. You just have to take something for yourself.
I think that the risk of having Atlas having Spark of Focus with, I think, like I have to count here. That's like 40, say 40 cooldown, right? Which is really, really
Oh wait, yeah,
hard
that
to
is
get
insane.
past.
No.
Yeah, it is insane, which means that she will have to take it away. But unfortunately, a second Spark is up, which means that Atsuro will have 3 Sparks. Maybe not the best 3 Sparks to have as Atlas, but again, it's still Sparks. It's really impressive.
But I mean, on the other side, Venom also did get Fight or Flight, right? This is pretty good. So Venom having Fight or Flight, he will be hitting this core a decent amount and actually being able to get more, I mean, just staggering people too, also getting more of these EI rushes. That's going to be really good for him. And that's 2 kills already found and a safe pass to take that.
Yeah, and just a double KO on the side of Tripod Fish just means that Zoe and Lila weren't able to help Atsuro, and even though having 3 Sparks is a great thing, you can't really win a 3v1 with Sparks alone. But a great double! Oh my god! This is turning to a really fast fight all of a sudden just because the Juno just has the control she needs to just win.
Oh, and I mean, Venom finds it once again. And we're suddenly on match point in the opposite direction. Fast games out by both teams, but hey, maybe Retirement Home can bring it back and close this out in 2.
Hopefully they can here, or even attempt to reverse sweep right now. This is looking like prime position right now if they could possibly happen here. And it's already starting to happen as 1 barrier goes down, 2 barriers go down actually. I might have lied here. And that's where I'm pushing up with the flip ready, does flip it out, and is looking back on the side of Retirement Home as they're looking to take a point off and potentially spiral it out of control with the momentum shift here. But honestly, it might not be looking so great because Donkers and Fozy both have a flip ready and they're doing everything they can to just keep it away from Donkers here, who basically has control of the entire game with the amount of awakenings that they have.
But a great angle found. Lila finds the pass to Zoe, and Zoe slots it right between Fozy and right between that Dubu wall. And I think one thing is I really wish that Donkers maybe use that flip a little earlier, grab that second barrier against the Atlas, and then put themselves into an open net situation. A Juno with Hotshot does so well in this open net situation, and well, this Juno might, oh, a great secondary coming up at Atlas. I thought that was actually going to take the barrier there, and it's actually not even Zoe who takes the second barrier, as even Fozy saves, and both of these goalies doing a lot of work.
Yeah, both of those do a lot of work, but Atsuro might be on the receiving end of a crazy pass, as a crazy pass here, as a double flip comes out, kills both Lila and Atsuro, and Donkers just sends it right in, bringing Tripod Fish 1-1 against the Retirement Home.
Yeah, and I mean, as a wise man once said, he just walked up and down smashed. He just found the double kill against Retirement Home, and is absolutely sending them back there as, well, we're now 1-1, and this game could be pretty crucial because I think coming into the season, there were a lot of people who believed that Tripod Fish might be among that top 3, among TMCT, among Fierce Fury, and at the start, they looked very shaky, right? They lost, I believe, to TMCT. They lost to Flames Kittens, and they did not look good. But now they might be starting to come back into prime form. They might be starting to scale and get to that postseason if they continue this way.
Postseason might be looking possible here as comes up to 1-1 in the fourth. So we're gonna be seeing whether or not these will try Fish can turn around here and bring it back. And Donker is just dominating the crushing field and might have just earned him the title of being able to say that I might have been the greatest to ever do it. Just saying.
Hey, very well might just be. But we'll have to see how that goes when we go over to Game 3. Game 3 on IMEZAP, which I don't think we have seen yet this season, because it wasn't in the first set, and I don't think we saw it at all today. But that will definitely be an interesting map to go to. But yeah, I mean, as we kind of watch over these replays, we can kind of see just the power of this Juno. And it's not just that, like, the Juno getting hot shot and everything. Donkers is also just so good at piloting this pick, as it is one of his specialties.
Yeah, I can agree here. And as we look into the third game's awakenings, we have IMEZAP with the Spark of Agility and the 1-2 punch too, which means that since Fish are blue team, I think they might be just banning out the Julie entirely because Julie's just a menace on this map.
Yeah, but I think we'll have to see, right, how this draft ends up falling through, regardless, right? As you said, right, if this is that Spark of Agility start, it may very well be really balanced, right? Spark of Agility and 1-2 punch, it looks to be, right? Now, Retirement Home opting to ban the Julie, I guess you know what's saying that, okay, we're going to do the Julie Rasmus ban trade, and that's exactly what happens. And the Juno going over to Retirement Home, not letting Donkers have it.
Yeah, and the Luna comes out on the other side. Very, very interesting. And
I think
not
what
really
they're doing here...
not really the Retirement Home taking up the Juno, but the Fish taking up the Juno. Donkers having the Juno just means more chaotic pressure coming on, especially even though 1-2 has been more of the weaker side of things. Like 1-2 I think is regarded as like a free ability now, and it's more of just an accommodation to have. But still, Juno with having 1-2 is just still really strong.
Yeah, I mean, well, Luna going over to Atsuro, and then the Aimi going over to Lila. The Zentaro once again going over to Venom, right? Pretty solid pick on this map, you know, once Julie and the Rasmus are kind of deleted from the equation. And the Kai going over to Fozy, right? Another one of the picks he is relatively comfortable on, but as we recall, I think after the first week, maybe even the second week, Kai had something really low, like an 11% win rate, or something insane like that. But on the opposite side, the Asher going over to Zoe. This is basically just Julie 2.0, if you think about it.
And Julie 2.0 means more chances to get staggered and die. Well, not just staggered, but just get off the map entirely. Asher just be one of those moving forces. But we're going to have to see how she deals with the Kai here. Asura's on Luna, right? Am I correct? Or
yep, that should be correct.
Okay. Alright, Asura should be on Luna. It just means a lot of damage should be coming out from, especially the Retirement Home, kind of just showing how old people can still pack a punch, really. Showing that, hey, we're not done yet. We're here to come back and we're here to play. As we are starting to load in here. And we'll see if our predictions are correct in terms of just character picks in general. I think Donker is. I think it's primarily correct.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way they put Venom on Zentaro, or sorry, Venom on Juno here and Donkers on Zentaro after they did the exact opposite the previous game and completely swept the floor with Retirement Home. I think the other thing to keep in mind is Fozy's on Kai instead of Atlas now, so we'll have to see how that matches up into one of the reliable stuffers of Asher, right? Won't have as many of these kind of get out of jail free cards, right? So we'll have to see, right? And Spark of Agility opted for by both goalies, everyone else going for 1-2 punch, and interestingly enough, Vambrace is going over to Zoe this time.
I think she's just looking for shit damage. I think the name of the game for Retirement Home is to just beat up the entirety of Tripod Fish, showing that they are the boss. And They are the boss, and unfortunately, it's not looking too great on the side of the Timer Hummers who do lose the barrier. The only barrier they basically need to keep it alive here is Venom. Just a flip off, an unfortunate kill found on Lila means that top side Venom setting it.
Yeah, Venom finding it on the top side, and already the forwards of Tripod Fish are level 2, and they're looking to press their advantage, not allowing the other members to hit level 2 themselves, but the core is just right in front of Great Barrage out by Fozy means that the core stays alive for the time being, and a lot of damage coming out into Atsura Venom, wanting to maybe jump on her and look for some sort of damage to finish them off, and a great clear out by Fozy. It keeps it down this bottom side.
And a great clear means that the barrier is still safe yet again as Sturm dashing in to try to add pressure to Fozy. I think missing the strike there. Unfortunately, it does go awry here as they are down a barrier. But a great slice and dice by Venom Navi baits out Atsura slip, but also baits out his own as the barrier does fall. And Lila brought the stagger level means that she won't fall. And it's a 2v3 on the side of Tripod Fish here. I'm gonna find an opening, almost hits a dash off, but it's still safe. But honestly, Venom getting that pass over with a missed opportunity by 2 Donkers who does shove it in indeed.
Yeah, I mean, Venom, perfect passes down to Donkers. I mean, these are the passes we've been seeing even game 2, and I mean, these are the passes we wanted to see really all season for the side of Tripod Fish, and only now are they finally finding it. A great offense coming in for Retirement Home, but the defense is even better from Tripod Fish, and a clear coming out to Donkers. Donkers not really setting at the right angle to get that barrier, but still, you know, keeping it forward and hit stunning Atsuro, but it still doesn't hit the barrier. It just goes right behind. A great clear out by the goalie.
A great clear out by the goalie means that the barrier still stays alive for just a little bit longer here as Venom Yummy does take Atsuro's form and the barrier here because Atsuro will be low and will potentially be KO'd here as she does, and unfortunately she does miss the dash. Means that Donkers sends it right past her. But still a flip up, which is kind of amusing to me.
Because I think even if the dash connects, right, Donkers just flips it in, and Atsuro's also just knocked away, and now, oh no, Zentaro. I mean, okay. Yes, you can go for explosive. Okay, there we go. Knife edge. Thank God.
Oh my God.
The knife edge finally
happened.
recognized, and it is picked up, right? The Spark of Resilience picked up for Atsuro is pretty big, right? Second Spark. And the Explosive Entrance picked up for Juno. It's a deny away from the Aimi, who still gets Timeless, but it's also really good on Juno because it just means you have so much more map presence.
You know, dashing around with Juno just means a lot more map, well, as Satir said, a lot more map presence, and indeed a lot more chances to score here, as just having a dash making, just like how it was in the previous game, kind of just kind of exemplified how dash makings are the go here.
Oh God.
And an amazing save by Fozy and the team entirely, just getting it out of the Iron turret and out of the stuffing range of Zoe here. I think that just shows how great of a team that they are comparatively, as Venom does strike it in through Lila and Atsura here.
I mean, not only do we see it on the defense, we see it on the offense too, right? Fozy able to reinforce his teammates so well on the defense, and then the great pass play coming out by Donkers and Venom on the offense.
And again, Zoe and Lila both switching their approaches here, meaning that Zoe will be taking out the Zentaro here, but in response to Zentaro taking over, Donkers would have gotten the barrier here, which means that it's another power play that has to be converted on the side of the Retirement Home. And the Aimi turret almost going wide here. Lila with a flip up. Looking to see if she can kill Donkers. Doesn't get the Donkers KO, but Donkers finds the goal, and Lila unfortunately bursting for it too. Burst too late as Donkers secures the second point.
I mean, Donkers absolutely donking on them with that, right? First dodging away from the KO from Lila, and then baiting out her flip and sending the core right past her. Insane by this Juno, and, well, might just look to keep the clean plays up as jumps in, and now the core continues to stay forward. An awkward bounce sends it back to Fozy, but Fozy does clear it. But there is an Asher, right? The Asher is pushing, and it's really dangerous.
And dangerously as she is, she does have a flip up. And so does Atsura and Fozy here. Atsura does get the flip up, getting it away from Donkers, thank God, as they're still looking to shove it in. And I guess Kybrach is just the go here as kind of gets deflected away. But this momentum has to change really, because if Retirement Club can't find a way through Fozy and Venom and Donkers, it might be just game over.
Yeah, very well might just be curtains, and now even Zoe has to walk back on defense, right? That's how strong the offense of the Tripod Fish is. But same goes for the opposite side, right? That's why Venom is back here too. And now they're walking onto this opposite side. An Oni's Blade coming through, but it's so hard to defend against that. And another 3-0 set taken in favor of Tripod Fish.
And Tripod Fish kind of just showing that maybe their Tyrant Hub is a little bit too old to play this game as the draft comes up. And it's looking, again, decently bad. I think Judas could be taking Catalyst here, which makes it even harder to get past because if you have Flip all the time, then why need to worry about having Flip?
Yeah, I mean, just opts for the Deadeye instead, I guess. Good damage. Also a deny away from the Luna. I think someone has to take that Deadeye away. And, oh, okay, they are just going for the double deny. Or triple deny, actually, on the Luna, right? Denying away double Sparks plus Deadeye, making sure that the Luna really doesn't have much to work with. And everyone passes up Catalyst, surprisingly enough.
Catalyst is weak, as people might say, and again, the enemy Timeless has to find some value. It does find value, as everyone is dead almost. Everyone's about to die here. Everyone taken to at least half stagger, as well as he's off the map, and Venom also have on stagger, but Lila does get the orb here. Will be knocking Venom Yami around here as they're trying to look for a conversion here, but they have to convert. They don't convert, it might be game over, but Zero finds the conversion here, bringing 1 point up. I think their only point scored, really.
Yeah, I believe that is their first point of the game, but hey, they'd say all it takes is a trickle to start a flood, and we very well might see something like that here as Retirement Home. They look to get back on the board, and, well, they're trying to keep this offense going, and they very well might as a flip comes through by Lila, goes through Zoe's primary. A great clear attempt by Fozy, unfortunately does catch the barrier at the end, but this might just be the point.
This could be the point they can actually manage to convert yet again, because conversion is a big thing here as Venom does clear it away from the Asher O and hit stun Zatsura to get the barrier, but now it's looking back to normal almost as Venom does burn the flip by accident here, which means Zatsura does have another chance to score it. He does get the deflection off. Fozy with a great save means that it's back to almost normal, but it might not be normal as Fozy and Dunkers are both coming up on flip.
Yeah, Fozy and Donkers coming up on flip, and they're looking to close out this point with one of those flips. As Donkers, he's really building up his, and he is winning these interactions. He might not even need it, as the Slice and Dice stalls it in position for Donkers to take the Strike War.
And Donkers just doing everything almost. I think he is the highest level of the team, so might as well count him in here. But on the side, and the energy awake and the energy on both teams is looking very, very massive proportion as Donkers and Fozy both have the flip ready, and Venom not really having any evade, but still doing his share of the work, of course.
Right, and a great strike shot actually by Fozy. Keeps the core forward and actually takes the barrier with that flip, and now it might just be another goal here as Donkers has a flip ready. His hit stun and actually burns that flip a little early. And then now the core starts to continue on the opposite side. Donkers trying to get it forward, trying to get it up to Venom. Venom using the speed from the knife's edge to keep position and is really doing well with it.
And doing well might be the only thing they need to actually take another barrier here as Zoe and Lila are trying to fight their way into it, but unfortunately for them, Fozy just has enough cooldowns to keep it away at all costs here. But again, the scoring attempt on the side of Retirement Home has to step up here, as Zoe does burn for the flip, gets the flip off, gets the barrier here too, and Lila coming up with flip, getting ready. But Zoe sending it to the bottom side, keeping Fozy distracted, and it's 2-1 on the side of Retirement Home, but 2-1 on the side of sets of Tripod Fish. We might be seeing a reverse play coming on if we do manage to see a point, not another point, but another set being taken away.
I mean, crucially also, Lila did save the flip there, right? I thought that Lila would have to use that flip to get it past the defense of Tripod Fish, but instead, they managed to get it through with the breakthrough, but that's a double flip. We've seen tons of those today, and, well, that is a barrier despite the double flip attempt. And now Fozy is pushing up with the flip of his own, so is Venom. A pass could come down to Venom, and now Donkers, he's staying in this mid to Venom. Needs to be very careful. The Oni's Blade just to stay alive, and now Fozy has to clear it out. Venom still doesn't burn this flip, opts to hold it, but is taking so much damage. And now the pass might come down to him. He might just burn this flip here, but he doesn't. He keeps holding and is punished for it.
And punished he is as another conversion attempt for Lila, and the Retirement Home comes up as Donkers again showing that he is the GOAT and might as well be the GOAT by putting Atsuro in an unwinnable position, just jumping right over Lila. And again, match point here for the tripod fish, maybe sending retirement home back to where they belong, and kind of just where they belong, where they should just be stuck and not play anymore. Exactly what I've been trying to say earlier.
But yeah, hey, retirement home, they're doing their best, and while their best might not be enough, as Donkers is doing even better. Hop, skip, jump as he kind of makes it all the way across the map, and a self-pass. This might just be it, a great boost out by Atsuro, saves it for the time being with the pass down to Venom. Might just win it against Atsuro, but the flip being burned. Donkers is a flip and is waiting right in front of the net of the retirement home. Zoe even having to back up for this defense, but it might just be over here as Donkers, he jumps straight through, and he sends retirement home back to the grave as it's 2-1 for Tripod Fish.
And kind of just, that's their fucking, whatchamacallit, he kind of just leaves, which is unfortunate, but hey, Zucker's showing that he is the GOAT, and might as well be, as the retirement home is sent back to where they belong, back kind of where they deserve, and this kind of spells trouble, honestly, for the outside world, because I'm pretty sure I heard intel earlier that the fish were, well not the fish, but the fridge were looking to see retirement home beat this team, and if they didn't win, then there might be their hopes and dreams of hitting playoffs might not be good.
Yeah, well, Tripod Fish looking really great, and this is the Tripod Fish that was predicted to be in the top 3, right? And I mean, I said it before this game. They looked so good, and I mean, looking at these redirects, right, Zoe was just really not given a chance to even play the game. The Juno, the Kai, just making sure that the core never ends up getting to the Asher, and because of that, how is the Asher supposed to stuff without a core to be given, right? The offense absolutely suffocating from Tripod Fish as they do manage to win out in this third game pretty convincingly.
And convincingly it was, as it was just full-on sweep for the team, and again, good game, GG's to both teams, but kind of Donkers and Venom showing that they might be the ultimate duo that cannot be messed around with. So, but we are going to have to see here as the weeks progress.
Yeah, and as we see the weeks progress, and well, with that, can give a quick rundown of the standings as we won't be having a post show today, unfortunately. I believe TMCT is sitting at 4-0 with Fierce Fury right behind them at 3-1, and in the middle we have a big clump with Retirement Home, The Fridge, Flames Kittens, and Tripod Fish all sitting at 2-2 apiece. And then 3 Germans is sitting at 1-3, with Eclipse sitting at 0-4. Now, with that, Kurikin, is there anything else you want to say before we hop off?
I kind of know. I kind of just want to say that every team played well. Honestly, we kind of a quick rundown of kind of just every team kind of sort of just how it is with Fierce Fury still dominating the early teams here, beating out Fridge basically 18-0 in terms of points, which is kind of unfortunate. But again, we saw 2 great games, and the last game really just, I don't know, just pure excitement.
Yeah, and well, with that in mind, I suppose that's all we have for today. Thank you everyone for coming in. It was a pleasure talking to you guys, especially with 2 Ethers and 2 Kurikins on screen. Amazing. Next week's matchups, I guess we'll quickly go over that. You know, Eclipse versus Retirement Home, gonna be a banger. Tripod Fish versus 3 Germans. Gonna be interesting to see if Tripod Fish can continue to push their way up the ranks. The Fridge versus TMCT, after playing Fierce Fury this week, going to be another tough matchup for them. And Fierce Fury versus Flames Kittens, a really important matchup for, I would say, both teams to see if Fierce Fury can continue to keep themselves around the location of TMCT, or if Flames Kittens can push further up. But with that, finally, that is the end of this week's stream. And thank you everyone for coming. It was a pleasure having you guys. Bye.
Goodbye.